Go ahead and take roll for the morning. Back on the record of the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. See Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Boston, Mr. Shard. Good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams. Good morning. All right. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein. Good morning. Morning. All right, Mr. Huey and Mr. Matthew Sr., good morning. All right, Mr. Nichols, Mr. Garner, good morning, sir. All right, Mr. Ryan and Misty Williams, good morning. All right. We have, let's see, Mr. Yahelski. Mr. Smith. Has it been that long? Ms. Hilton. Mr. Atkins, good morning. Okay, all right, okay. I'm sorry? Mr. Brown, good morning. All right, okay. Ms. Knight. Good morning. All right, and Ms. Haltwinger, good morning. All right, and Mr. Kokomo, good morning. All right. Okay, before are all jurors present, Lieutenant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. All right, before we get started for the morning, it's been brought to my attention that there is an 803, I should say, residual hearsay exception issue I got to take up. Is that going to be through this witness or is it going to be through another witness?
Your Honor, that's not an issue right for today. That's
Okay.
through another witness that may come either later this week or early next week, but we'll give the court ample time to hear that motion.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else I need to take up before we call for our jurors?
No, nothing from the state.
All right, anything from any defense counsel?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Steele.
And the microphone's not working, so Your Honor, there's some demonstrative exhibits that the state just showed us, and I will be objecting to cumulative. I don't know the numbers, I did not write them down. I apologize, but I can approach if you need me to. But one is a crime scene sketch made by the gentleman who's testifying now, crime scene investigator Smith. It also is just a copy of his report blown up. That's how I perceive it. And then the second one is taking that report and putting it onto another demonstrative. So I'm going to object on behalf of Mr. Williams as cumulative. Plus, he'll be testifying, and there are photographs. So we have it in three different mechanisms. So I'm objecting under 403, time, prejudice, fusion of the issues. Plus, it's just cumulative.
Okay, it's just a demonstrative aid?
Yes, that's what I believe.
All right, is that state?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. They are demonstrative aids, but the portion of that objection that's incorrect is that it's cumulative. These demonstrative aids are actually going to assist the jury, as you will hear through this witness, assist the jury in understanding his testimony. One such demonstrative, well, they're both images of his report, but one such demonstrative is an aerial satellite view of that crime scene through a Google map, which will give more context and color to what it is that in fact they're looking at. And the second is just the sketch that he did, which looking at it plainly, it's not as informing and aiding as the secondary sketch will be, but put together, it will in fact help the jury to understand what it is that he's referencing as he does testify before this court.
Can you show them?
Sure.
Okay.
this is the actual crime scene sketch, bro.
And you're saying that he took, and can you tell me what the state's exhibit is?
Your Honor. It is State's Exhibit 284, Yankee Flamingo.
Foxtrot.
Foxtrot.
It's all right. That's all right. I didn't remember your name this morning, so we're even now, okay? All right. And then what's the other one?
That's 284 Yankee G. I'm sorry.
Golf.
Golf. Okay.
Okay. All right, and is that the numeric, I guess is he gonna testify about those numbers that are on the Google Maps?
Yes, these are actually the crime scene markers plotted here on these particular spots. And as it's already plotted on the actual diagram, but these mirror exactly what it is that is in fact trying to testify.
Okay. Mr. Steele, I'll over your objection at this point in time, sir.
Can I just have a continuum?
You certainly may. All right, anybody else? All right, Lieutenant Walker, summon our jurors, please. Now, all right. All right, thank you, Lieutenant Walker. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Is Investigator Smith out there?
Yes.
Can we call him in, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Investigator Smith, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. We're going to continue. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Investigator Smith.
Morning.
Right. On last week, well, the week before last, we were last speaking about the crime scene record. Do you remember that part of our conversation?
Yes.
And I am now showing defense counsel, which has previously been shown to them and provided in the discovery process, as 285 Yankee Alpha. Okay. All right. I am now approaching the court's permission to witness this case. 285 Yankee Alpha. Investigator Smith. When you've had a chance to look at that, you can look back up and look at it, and I'll continue to speak.
Yes, I'm familiar with those.
All right. Does that appear to be the crime scene record that we were speaking about last week,
Yes.
the week before last?
Yes, it does.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you last had a chance to review it?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit state's 285 Yankee Alpha into evidence.
Any further objection to the state's 285 Yankee Alpha? Okay, all right. It's admitted subject to the court's early ruling and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you. I am now approaching the defense with what has been pre-marked, which has been pre-marked as state's 293 Yankee. 293 Yankee. Approaching the witness with has been pre-marked as state's 293 Yankee. Investigator Smith, what have I handed you?
This is a disc of some video footage I
Okay.
believe.
Have you had a chance to review the footage on that disc that you described prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I have.
And what is contained on that footage?
It's a drone video that was, that I looked at of basically an overview of the neighborhood in which this incident occurred.
Do you see any markings on that disc that look familiar to you?
Yes, my initials and the date.
Okay, and does that drone footage that you had the chance to review prior to coming to court today fairly and accurately depict the area of 330 McDaniel Street Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, as you remember it to be from January 10th, 2015?
Yes, it's similar.
Okay, and Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibit 293 Yankee into evidence.
Any objections to 293 Yankee? All right, hearing none, 293 Yankees admitted. May
All
be
right.
published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we'll do so. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor, so we can cue up the technology. And you can look to the left of you. Yes. And if you actually would press pause, Ms. Knight, Investigator Smith, using this particular, and is it possible to increase the silence? Just a moment. Okay, all right, before we press play, Investigator Smith, using the screen to your left, I want you to look at the street that is running horizontal towards the bottom of the screen. What street do you recognize, if at all, that to be?
That's Northside Drive.
Do you see the street that is running perpendicular to it towards the right of the screen?
Where the yellow school bus is?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
What do you know that street to be?
that is McDaniel Street.
All right. Observing the street that to the first street that runs perpendicular with Northside Drive, what to the left of the last street that you just called out, what street is that?
Hills Avenue.
And the street that is immediately to the left of that street running perpendicular to Northside Drive, what do you know that street to be?
It's either Trenholm Avenue or Trenholm Street.
And what zone is this?
Back then it was 5. I think it still is, actually.
All right. And is that contained in a particular deed?
Well, back then it was 50 beat. They've redistricted the beats
Okay.
multiple times over the years. I don't know exactly what they call that nowadays.
Sure. If you could use the pointer, that I have a handy pointer, for the purposes of the jury, can you tell the jury what that red structure is near the yellow school bus that you pointed out earlier using the pointer?
Right there.
Yes, sir.
That's the Texaco gas station that sits at that intersection.
Okay. And you can also relocate your own estimation. Make the witness have freedom to relocate as needed for this.
He may stand down and illustrate his testimony for the jury.
Yes, sir. And you may stand up for this. Do you see the area or around or about where the barber shops would have been on this particular, for this shop?
In this area right here.
Okay. All right. You may reclaim your seat and Ms. Knight, would you please come? Thank you. Okay. If you would pause, Ms. Knight. Thank you, honey. What is the, using the pointer again, what is the street that is running perpendicular to Tringholm Street and McDaniel Street towards the top of the screen, almost middle to the top?
This street here,
Yes, sir.
That's- Peter Street.
Okay. You may continue to point. What street are we looking at now as we see the drum moving?
Peter Street.
And are you speaking about the street that's running vertical to the street?
Yes.
Okay. Investigator Smith, as we see the drum panning, can you describe the street that we are now looking at running vertically on the screen?
That is McDaniel Street traveling towards Northside Drive.
Is that the scene, the street to which you responded to on January 10th, 2015?
Yes, it is.
tonight, if you would please pause the video just right there. Okay. Excuse me. Investigator Smith, what is, and you can utilize the pointer again, what is the yellow building with what appears to be some type of mural painted on it?
That is the barber shop, or one of the barber shop at 330 McDaniel Street.
Okay.
Although it's orange yellow now, used to be
Okay.
green.
Okay, and if you would utilize the pointer, I want you to point to that, what appears to be orange first, the, orange wall. Is that what you're saying, is 330 McDaniel Street?
Yes, right around this area.
All right, and, what is that open space there right in front of that orange wall you just circled?
This area,
Yes, sir.
there's just an open parking lot, there's another business here.
Okay,
Sorry, that,
Open parking lot,
and then after
another business.
and, if you will, on the opposite side is where you just pointed, on the other end of the second barber shop that you described, where there's a yellow wall, what is that open space there where the white vehicle is?
It's just another parking lot area that they utilize for the businesses.
Okay, and, did you know there to be two barber shops there on January 10th, 2015?
I believe there were two there.
Okay, all right, you may continue, thank you. And as this is panning, can you tell the jury what is to the front of those two barber shops that you described? If you were directly to the left of our view facing to the left.
There's an apartment complex on the other side of McDaniel Street.
Okay. All right. You may continue, Ms. Thank you. If you can pause it right there. Thank you. Using the using the pointer, can you, with this angle, point out to us the locations of the barber shops that were involved at the 330 McDaniel Street incident?
That's the 330 McDaniel Street.
Okay. And the second barber shop you
I believe
described?
was this area right here.
And can you describe, earlier you described that the 330 McDaniel that you just pointed to was painted different. Do you recall what color it was?
Bright green.
All right, you can continue. Do you see the Texaco that you described earlier?
I do. It's in the upper left-hand corner of the screen.
And what is the open space, if you could pause, Senior Atkins, what is the open space next to the 330 McDaniel's location?
It's just an open lot.
Was that like that also in January 10th of 2015?
I believe it still is an open lot.
Oh.
It still was.
All right. Do you recall if the second barbershop was the same color?
I don't recall.
Okay. If you could pause. Using this angle, can you tell the jury what you see on the sign above the barbershop on it?
It says Hair Unlimited Barbershop.
You may continue. Say it again, please. Do you know the individual standing on the chair?
No.
Okay. Okay. I am now approaching Mr. with copies of the state's exhibits 293 Yankee Alpha, 293 Yankee Bravo, Yankee Bravo, 293 Yankee Charlie, 293 Yankee Delta for their review. Second one. Yeah. All right. Investigator Smith, what have I handed you?
These are aerial shots of the area that we just looked at on the video.
And
Still shots. Still shots.
Okay. And are those still shots that you are just reviewed as states 293 Yankee Alpha through 293 Yankee Delta fair and accurate still images of the drone footage that we just reviewed?
Yes, it is.
Right, at this time, the state now moves to admit states exhibits to 293 Alpha, Yankee Alpha through 293 Yankee Yankee Delta.
Right. Any objection?
Your Honor, objection. These are under 403 as cumulative and a waste of time.
All right, I'm gonna overrule the objection. Mr. Weinstein, yes, you may publish as you see fit.
And I'm going to utilize the screen to your left. And as that's coming up, I will show you. Correct. And for the record, this is, states 293 Yankee Alpha showing on the screen. All right. Investigator Smith, I'm gonna show you tool to your left. If you click this, you can then draw.
Sure.
Okay. If you would be as kind to put an X on the structure that you know to be the Texaco in this image.
Right there.
Yes, sir. Would you please be as kind to put 2 X's in the general area where you know the barbershops that you described to be earlier? Okay. And actually, can you make it an X1 and an X2? Can you tell the jury what X2 is?
X2 is almost right in front of the barber shop itself.
And when you say the barbershop, are you referencing the 330 McDaniel Street barbershop?
Yes.
Okay. And X1 is what for the purpose of the jury?
Just a little first, the next business is up. There's, like I said, it's just, there's 2 or 3 businesses, barbershop, they've changed over the years. So that's just the generalized area of other businesses close to the 330 McDaniel.
Now turning to the next state's exhibit in this sequential order. Now we're looking at 293 Yankee Bravo. And it appears that your markings are still in the same places. Are the markings still in located in fair locations where you would recognize those businesses to be?
Yes.
All right. Now turning to the next state's exhibit in sequential order, state's exhibit 293 Yankee Charlie, and you can clear them with a yes.
With the X?
Yes. Trash can.
Oop.
Yep.
Oh, there it
Or
is.
the undo. There you go. Clear. Okay. Utilizing state's exhibit 293 Yankee Charlie. Can you again, using the same identifiers, put an X1 at the first business that you understood to be one of the barbershops, and an X2 at the second barbershop business that you knew. Okay. Identifying for the purposes of this exhibit, what address is associated with the X1?
Your Honor, ask and answer 4 times. I object.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. All right. And what street is running parallel to this screen on this exhibit of state's exhibit 293 Yankee Charlie?
McDaniel Street.
Okay. All right. Turning to the next exhibit, with the sequential order, states exhibit 293 Yankee Delta. Identifying for the record, can you please identify with a circle the lot closest to the lot to the, I guess it would be the left of the second barbershop that you responded to in that day.
Your Honor, ask and answer. I'll stipulate there's a lot there. The 3rd time.
I'm overrule the objection, sir. You can answer the question.
From my understanding correctly, it's a lot between the 2 barbershops, correct? Okay.
Okay, and all right, and if you would, we can remove that and you can erase that. Thank you. I am now showing defense counsel what has been previously shown as state's exhibits 284 Foxtrot and 284 Yankee Foxtrot and 284 Yankee Golf. All right. I am now approaching the witness with state's exhibits 284 Yankee Foxtrot and state's 284 Yankee Golf. And bear with me. All right, Investigator Smith, what are we looking at here?
My blown up crime scene diagrams.
Okay, and is this an exact and true copy of the exhibit that has already been admitted into evidence in states 284 Yankee.
Yes,
All right, do you believe that this demonstrative would aid the jury in understanding your testimony today?
yes.
All right, Your Honor, the state now moves to, well, I'll just do it. And Investigator Smith, I'm now showing you what has been already pre-marked as State's Exhibit 284 Yankee Golf. What are we looking at here, Investigator Smith?
It's a satellite version that appears to have the crime scene markers imposed or superimposed on top of the aerial digital photograph.
Okay, and is this an exact copy or a fair and accurate representation in this demonstrative of your crime scene diagram already previously admitted as State's 284 Yankee?
Yes,
And do you believe that this exhibit will be also helpful to the jury in understanding your testimony today?
yes, it will be.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to publish for demonstrative purposes State's Exhibits 284 Yankee Foxtrot and 284 Yankee Golf at this time.
Any further objection to 284 Yankee Foxtrot or 284 Yankee Golf for demonstrative purposes? All right, hearing none, I'll note the objection that's been made earlier. I'll admit an over objection for demonstrative purposes. It may be published as you see fit.
Yes, sir. Your Honor. Now publishing State's 284 Yankee Foxtrot. I'm actually going to move this just slightly. All right, publishing State's 284 Yankee Foxtrot, and also publishing State's 284 Yankee Golf for the jury for demonstrative purposes at this time. And for the, so you can use this pointer for what's going to come next. And before I want to ask that, before I ask you a few questions on those demonstratives, Investigator Smith, can I ask you to explain to the jury what it is that you go through? What is the process that you go through to plot points for a diagram?
Most cases, we try to find two fixed points the best way we can. That could be anywhere from a sewer cover to a water meter to the.
Can you speak up, sir?
Oh,
Yes.
sorry. I try to use two fixed points that we don't think will ever disappear, but sometimes that's hard to say. In Atlanta, sewer covers are pretty popular in the middle of the street. Water mains, water meters don't tend to move too awfully far. I try to avoid using telephone poles because they can get run into a lot and knocked over. So what we want to do is try to find two fixed points to be able to plot out evidence markers that measure to try to be as fairly accurate as we can.
What are the reference points that you used on this particular, well, you can use either of these demonstratives on this diagram that's before you today?
Well, A and B. This is my closest one. A is right here, B is here. Then obviously C, D, and E. This is spread out such a long area. We couldn't just use 2 points. It would be difficult to do an accurate measurement of everything. So we used various fixed points throughout the street that were available to us at that time.
Why do you measure the distance between reference points?
If we ever had to recreate this out there, we would want to try to get it as accurate as possible. So if I knew the distance between A and B, and then the distance between B and like number 9, and then the distance from A to number 9, if we needed to, we could put evidence marker number 9 almost back in the exact spot that it was on the night of the incident.
How many fixed points did you use for this particular crime scene?
5, I believe.
And how many evidence markers did you put down within those 6 points that you plotted on this diagram?
76, I believe, was the top number.
And if you need to reference your report, we'll closer to what we can.
76.
Okay. And when you go out to a crime scene, when you plot those points, how did you, well, let's speaking about 330 McDaniel Street crime scene on January 10th, 2015, how did you decide where to start?
I don't know if we made a decision of where to start, but sometimes it's difficult to determine where something started when you first get out there. So it was my decision to start on North Side Drive and work our way east on McDaniel Street back towards where the bulk of the evidence markers were going to be.
And utilizing State's Exhibit 284, Yankee Golf, on what side of this diagram would Northside Drive be?
Northside Drive is down here a little further.
Okay, is that running horizontal or perpendicular to McDaniel Street?
Be perpendicular.
Okay, and going to the furthest end outside of the scale of this diagram to the right, which street would be on the right of this diagram?
The next street is Peter Street.
Okay, and outside of the scale of this diagram of 284 Yankee Golf, what would be the next nearest street running?
Overruled, sir. Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir.
Can you put the actual diagram up so the rest of folks can see it? Still overruling the objection, okay? All right.
Just a brief indulgence. For our purposes, we'll use this. This is for the other members of the court who can't really see. All right. I'll re-ask the question that was just asked because it was never answered. The street that runs that would be north of McDaniel running horizontal to it. What street is that immediately?
Hills Avenue.
All right. And what structures, if any, would be in front of the barbershops that we're looking that sit on McDaniel Street to the bottom of this diagram?
There was a large apartment complex that was there at the time. I think it still is.
Okay. All right, state would now move to publish at this time. It's already previously admitted exhibit of 5 Yankee. I am now approaching witness with already previously admitted exhibits 5 Yankee through 283 Yankee, which consists of the crime scene photos for reference. Selections from 5 Yankee to 283 Yankee, as all of the exhibits that were admitted previously are not contained there in that stack. looking at the screen above you, Investigator Smith, in State's Exhibit 5 Yankee, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
This is looking closer to Peter Street, looking down McDaniel Street towards Northside Drive. The green building you see is 330 McDaniel Street, and the yellow building is the secondary barber shop.
Now, when you say, well, let me ask you a couple of questions. What street is all the way down running perpendicular to McDaniel, as you described?
Far down, as you can see with the, I guess, the red lighting, that's the Texaco gas station at Northside Drive.
And what street would run perpendicular behind the photographer in this particular angle of this picture?
Peter Street.
Okay. To the right of the photo, what business is that? In the yellow.
I believe that was another barber shop that was there.
And the green building that you see up there, what building would you know that to be?
330 McDaniel Street.
Okay. Do you also from this image, and if you don't, I can show you another exhibit. Do you see the Texaco that you pointed out earlier?
So as far down as I can see with the red lighting, those are the actual gas pumps.
Okay. All right. Now turning to State's Exhibit, now publishing State's Exhibit 7 Yankee. All right. Now utilizing this exhibit, can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
It's a closer view of the 330 McDaniel Street from the opposite side of the road.
All right. The vehicles that you see in this photo, what, if any, relevance do they have to the crime scene that you responded to at 330 McDaniel Street on January 10, 2015?
That's the answer.
I'll rule the objection.
The two vehicles there were, they had a bunch of what we believe were bullet holes in them.
Okay. Now turning to State's Exhibit 78 Yankee. And we are publishing that, I should say. What are we seeing here, Investigator Smith?
Just a silver minivan parked in that parking lot between the two businesses.
Okay. Was that silver minivan in any way part of this particular crime scene that you responded to?
I believe it had some bullet holes in it as well, we believe.
And did you include these particular vehicles that you described on your crime scene diagram?
I did.
Okay. Utilizing State's Exhibit 284 Foxtrot, 284 Yankee Foxtrot, could you point out the three vehicles that you included on your diagram with the pointer for the jury? And identify them by type. Utilizing this exhibit, if you will.
This exhibit what?
The 284 Yankee Foxtrot, Your Honor.
This one here is the silver minivan that you see in this photo. This was I believe a green or dark colored Yukon, and this was a black, I believe, Ford Expedition on the street.
Okay. Utilizing your crime scene diagram, which if you allow me to. On page 4 of 7 of State's 284 Yankee, can you tell the jury what vehicle you put marker 50 by?
That'd be the Chevy Tahoe.
So it wasn't a Yukon?
I'm sorry, no, same type of vehicle. Sorry about that.
No problem. And I am now turning to page 3 of 7 of State's 284 Yankee. I'm now turning your attention to the line that contains marker 22. What vehicle do you see that defect is assigned to?
Again, Lincoln Navigator. I sometimes get my,
Okay.
all the vehicles are similar to.
No problem. All right. Now turning to State's Exhibits 9 and publishing State's Exhibit 90 Yankee for the jury. Okay, what are we looking at here, Investigator Smith?
This is at the intersection of Northside Drive and McDaniel Street, looking back eastbound in the general direction of where we were.
Why is there yellow tape there?
That's part of the crime scene area that we secured off. We didn't want any anybody coming into that area because it was part of the crime scene.
Is that how you all secure crime scene?
Which, well, yeah, that's the visual aspect of it. The other aspect is the patrol officers with the marked patrol cars as well.
What other vehicles do you see inside of that particular Texaco tent area?
The media, and then there's 2 Atlanta police vehicles at the top of the screen, or 3.
Now, publishing State's Exhibit 93 Yankee. Excuse me. Investigator Smith, can you tell the members of the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
Again, this is just another overall picture of the area where we're at. That's the Texaco is obviously in crime scene shape with the patrol cars.
All right. Publishing for the jury states 85 Yankee. Investigator Smith, can you tell the jury what it is that you are seeing here?
This is an overall picture standing right in the middle of McDaniel Street looking back towards Northside Drive.
Publishing State's Exhibit 8 Yankee. All right. Investigator Smith, what do you see here?
That's the front of the barber shop on McDaniel Street with the Lincoln Navigator parked in front of it.
What address is assigned to that barbershop?
330 McDaniel Street.
Is that the same barbershop that you described as being orange today?
Yes.
Okay. Now turning and publish, excuse me, now publishing State's Exhibit 11 Yankee. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
That's a photo. I'm standing directly in front of the barber shop at McDaniel Street, looking back towards that Navigator.
And what vehicle, if any, do you see to the immediate left of that Lincoln Navigator that you just described?
That's the Tahoe.
Okay. Do you see any other things on the ground?
There's some items down there to the left that, if I recall, I think that was what we call medical debris, what EMS left behind.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 11 Yankee. Okay. Can you tell the jury what we are seeing here at this time?
Again, this is another photograph, overall photograph of 330 McDaniel Street with the Tahoe and the Navigator.
If you would zoom in, Ms. Knight, to the top of the green building there. Yep, and keep going up as far as you can. Can you move the, there it goes, center of the photo up a little further. Can you tell the jury if you see any cameras at the top of that building?
I think there may be one.
Okay.
That's what that is, way above the mural.
Okay, all right, and if, Ms. Knight, you will pan the photo exhibit, excuse me, to the left, well, actually this way, I'm sorry. Just a little more, so we get the Lincoln Navigator. Can you describe the condition of the Lincoln Navigator as you see it in this exhibit?
But the back window is missing.
Does it appear partially intact?
Hard to tell from the photo, but it's definitely broken out. The glass was broken out.
Can you now publishing State's Exhibit 13 Yankee? Okay. Okay. Utilizing this photo, which is now State's, which is being published as State's 13 Yankee, can you describe in a little bit better, if you can zoom in this night, the condition of that rear view mirror of the Lincoln Navigator?
I mean, the back window is all broken out.
And do you see any glass from that window on the ground?
Yes, it's on the curb by the sidewalk, right before I get on the sidewalk.
Okay, all right. Now, publishing State's Exhibit 64 Yankee. What vehicle is this?
It's the same vehicle, the Navigator.
Can you describe the conditions of the side windows of this vehicle?
The rear window appears to be broken out as well. The front window, I don't believe that was broken. I just believe it was down.
All right. And we are now publishing for the jury State's Exhibit 62 Yankee. All right. Can you describe for the jury what you are seeing here in this photo?
Just another overall shot of the Navigator in front of the barber shop.
And when you say the barber shop, which address to the barber shop are you speaking about? Give it there too.
The 330 McDaniel Street.
All right, now publishing State's Exhibit 60. Yankee. All right. What are we seeing here, Investigator Smith?
That's a closer view of the rear window of the Navigator where it's broken out.
What is the license plate number associated with this vehicle?
BLQ 4701.
Right. Now, publishing the next exhibit, sequential, next State's Exhibit 188 Yankee. Investigator Smith, what do you see in this picture?
This is something we noted appears to be what we call the defect from a bullet. We marked as number 22, evidence marker number 22.
Okay, and do you see that evidence marker number associated with your diagram on State's Exhibit 284 Yankee Golf, which would be this one to your immediate right?
I do.
Okay, can you use the pointer and show the jury where that would be?
Right in this general area.
Okay, all right. Right. Now publishing for the jury State's Exhibit 189 Yankee. What are we seeing here, Investigator Smith?
Just a close-up view of that defect in the vehicle.
All right. Now publishing State's Exhibit 190 Yankee. Can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at in State's Exhibit 190 Yankee?
There's two more evidence markers, number 23 and 24, that note the previous defect, bullet defect.
Are these bullet defects also on the Lincoln Navigator that we just looked at in the prior State's Exhibit?
Yes,
Okay, and did you note these particular evidence markers on your diagram of crime scene record?
I did.
Okay, utilizing the pointer that you have handy, would you please point to those particular evidence marker places on your diagram 284 Yankee Golf?
Right in this area right here.
Okay. Now turning your attention to State's published Exhibit 191 Yankee. All right, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Just a close-up photo of that evidence that we collected of the defect in the vehicle.
Now publishing State's 192 Yankee. What are we seeing here, Investigator Smith?
Again, another close-up of marker number 24.
Now publishing for the jury State's Exhibit 206 Yankee. Can you describe for the jury what it is that we're looking at in this particular exhibit?
Again, another what we believe was a bullet defect on the upper frame of the back compartment of the vehicle.
And was that bullet defect in the Lincoln Navigator noted also in your diagram and in the crime scene record?
It was.
And would you use the pointer to point to where that is contained on your crime scene diagram?
Right there.
Okay, let the record reflect the witnesses used State's Exhibit 284 Yankee Golf to identify marker 35. All right, now turning your attention to State's published Exhibit 207 Yankee. Investigator Smith, what are we looking at here?
Just a close-up view of that same evidence.
Why do you take up closer photographs of the same marker?
We wanted to do an overall photo, kind of a mid-range, and then up close as possible to get the best view that you can.
Is that the intent behind all of those such photos?
Yes.
All right, now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 208 Yankee. What are we seeing here?
Again, those are two more bullet defects, we believe, on the interior frame by the window on that Navigator.
And do you see anything in the top right-hand corner?
You see the sign from the barber shop at 330 McDaniel Street.
And now publishing for the jury state's exhibit, excuse me, before we go any further, can you, for the purpose of the jury, show where those points are plotted on your diagram using 284 Yankee Golf?
Right in this, all this area right here.
And what markers are you identifying on the diagram?
36 and 37.
All right, now publishing for the jury state's exhibit 209. 209 Yankee, I should say. Investigator Smith, what are we looking at here?
Again, just additional close-ups of the same evidence.
Excuse me. Now publishing for the jury states 210 Yankee. And what are we looking at here, Investigator Smith?
A close-up view of item number, or marker number 37.
Okay. All right, now showing the jury what has been previously admitted as state's exhibit 14 Yankee. And what are we looking at here, Investigator Smith?
That's the Chevy Tahoe next to 330 McDaniel Street.
Okay, upon, did you note this vehicle on your crime scene diagram?
I did.
Okay. Can you please, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, using the pointer, point on 284 Yankee Golf where that Chevy Tahoe is located?
Right here.
Okay. And utilizing that exhibit that you just pointed to, on what side of the 330 McDaniel Street barbershop is that Chevy Tahoe located?
It's on the east side.
Okay. Would that be the right side of the barbershop
Yes.
if you're facing it?
Yes, it would be.
Now publishing the next state's exhibit, which would be 15 Yankee. Can you tell the jury what it is that we're seeing here?
This is an overall shot of the passenger side of the Tahoe.
Ms. Knight, if you would zoom in on the front end of that vehicle. Can you describe the condition of the front passenger tire?
It's deflated.
And you zoom back out just a bit. Now, publishing the next state's exhibit, which is state's exhibit 26 Yankee. Can you tell the jury what you see here?
This is a view of the driver's side of the Yukon.
You know, are any of the tires deflated?
Not in this photo.
What is the building or structure immediately on the opposite side of the Tahoe that is away from the view?
I don't remember the exact business. I know it was part of that, of those, all businesses that are throughout there.
Okay. Do you note that is that business or building a part of your diagram, which you can see on 284 Yankee Golf?
It is.
Okay. Can you use the pointer to point that out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
That's this building right here.
Now, publishing state's exhibit 27 Yankee, I should say. Okay. Can you zoom in just a bit? Okay. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're seeing here in states 27 Yankee?
It's just the front end of the Chevy Tahoe.
Okay. And now publishing for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury states exhibit 28 Yankee. And what is it that we're seeing in this exhibit, investigation?
Again, it's just an overall photograph of the Yukon and anything out there. There's I believe it was a black T-shirt on the ground as well that we wanted to capture.
Excuse me, and what vehicle is this?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the Tahoe.
Okay,
Right.
and if you would be
Mixed
kind
up.
enough to.
Before we do that, Mr. Brown, I have had a request for a comfort break, so
Yes, sir.
Can we do that? Ladies and gentlemen, let's take 10 minutes, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. We're in recess for 10 minutes. All right. Where's Mr. Matthews? Please, thank you.
But we need about 2 minutes, please.
All our participants ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Let's bring our witness back in and summon our jurors, please.
I don't ask for one, I got two. You want one?
Your Honor, all jurors are present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant Walker. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Mr. Brown, you may continue.
All right, we are now publishing State's Exhibit 24 Yankee. All right, is this the same hole that we've been talking about so far?
Yes,
And what's the significance of this picture?
just to denote the tag of the vehicle.
Okay. Now publishing State's Exhibit 230 Yankee. And is this the same Tahoe that we were talking about just a few months ago?
Yes,
All right, what was significant for you to take this photo?
the deflated tire mostly, and then looks like there's some, what appears to be blood in the upper right-hand corner of the, we believe, something like that.
Now publishing for the jury State's Exhibit 31 Yankee. Is this just a closer view of what we already looked at?
Yes,
All right. Now publishing State's Exhibit 32 Yankee. Is this the same blood spatter that you took in the last photo?
yeah, it's just some different angles, different perspectives of everything.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 33 Yankee. Is this just a closer view of the same angle that you took in the prior exhibit?
Yes, just trying to capture all the, what we believe was blood evidence.
Right. Now publishing State's Exhibit 221 Yankee. And is this still the same Tahoe that we're looking at?
Yes, it is.
All right. And what do we see? Why did you take this photo?
There was two pieces of evidence that we wanted to collect or notate anyways, number 47 and number 46.
And is there another marker on there?
There's a 60 just in front of the rear tire.
We'll get back to 46. Is 47 and 60 noted on your crime scene diagram, which you can note on the demonstrative for 284 Yankee Golf with the pointer?
Yes. Number 47 right here.
Right.
And number 60 is right in this general area on the vehicle itself.
Now publishing, excuse me, the next day's exhibit, which is 223 Yankee. Is this a closer view of what we just described as marker 47?
Yes,
And what does it appear to be?
it's a cell phone.
And why is that of significance to you?
Anytime we get a cell phone on a crime scene, we normally collect it. We don't know who it belonged to, or if it was somebody involved, one of the victims, or just unfortunate that somebody dropped it out of their pocket. We just need to identify where it came from.
Now published in State's Exhibit 218 for the jury. Yankee. Just a briefing of it. And is this a closer view of the picture that we looked at last?
Yes, it is.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 218 Yankee. What are we looking at here?
This is the back of the Tahoe with a bunch of evidence numbers on there that signify, we believe, were bullet defects on the back of the Tahoe. And then another piece of evidence, number 44 on the parking lot.
And to the right of that, is that right of the Tahoe, which I believe to be marker 48, is that the same black item that was recovered?
Yes, it's a black t-shirt.
Okay. All right. We'll get to now moving to State's Exhibit 226 Yankee. Is this just a closer view of marker 50?
Yes.
We're moving to State's 227 Yankee. Is this a closer view of marker 51?
That's correct.
All right, now turning to State's Exhibit 228 Yankee.
Yes, that's the close-up.
Another closer, okay. Now turning to State's Exhibit 229 Yankee. Is this a closer view of just a marker 53?
Yes, it is.
All right. Turning your attention down to State's Exhibit 230 Yankee. Is this just a closer view of marker 54?
Yes, it is.
All right, now turning your attention to 231 Yankee. Is this just a closer view of marker 55?
It is.
Turning your attention to 32 Yankee. It's a closer view of marker 56.
Yes.
Same view.
Yes, it is.
Turning your attention to 233 Yankee. All right. Is this just a closer view of the same bullet defect at market 57?
Yes, it is.
All right, and now I am going to turn your attention to 240 Yankee. All right. What do you see in this picture? Why did you take the picture?
This is the interior of the Tahoe, and obviously there's a weapon on the front seat that was significant in the shooting.
Okay, and before we do that, I want to go back to Margaret, you don't have to do this night. I want you to take with the pointer and identify on the diagram where, if at all, you see marker numbers 50 through 57 on diagram 284 Yankee Golf.
We have to group them as just a series of numbers rather than put them all in there, but that's the back of the Tahoe.
All right. Utilizing State's Exhibit 240, did you, well, I'll talk to you. Was those pieces of evidence that you described on this particular seat collected?
Yes, they were.
Turning to the next State's Exhibit. Now publishing 242 Yankee for the jury. Can you describe what we have here, sir?
These are two separate weapons. The number 62 is a Glock handgun, and number 61 is a Kel-Tec.
Do you recall if those items, if those weapons were loaded?
They had, obviously, I believe the Kel-Tec had a fairly full magazine, and I believe the Glock was loaded as well.
Were those items collected?
Yes, they were.
And did you find any shell casings on the crime scene related to those particular firearms?
No, we did not.
I am approaching the witness with,
Oh, I got my own.
oh, yes. Okay. All right, now approaching the witness. Your Honor, at this time, the state's next exhibits are actually firearms, so I want to make sure before doing anything, I clinch.
Have they been rendered safe already?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you just want to show those to defense counsel?
Absolutely. And for the record, Your Honor, just so it's clear, these next. That are reviewed by defense counsel are State's Exhibit 242 Yankee Alpha and State's Exhibit 242 Yankee Bravo. And I am going to approach you with both exhibits at this time. Defense counsel's already had the opportunity to review. Starting with State's Exhibit 242 Yankee Alpha. Have you had an opportunity prior to court today to review that State's Exhibit?
Yes.
And what is exhibit 242 Yankee Alpha?
That's the Glock handgun that was recovered from the Tahoe.
Okay, and is that the same handgun that is marked as, identified as marker 62 on state's exhibit 242 Yankee?
Yes, it is.
And is that Glock firearm that we have before you also noted on your diagram, which is state's exhibit 284 Yankey Golf?
Yes.
And can you, for the purpose of clarity for the jury, can you use the pointer to show where marker 62 is?
So inside the vehicle.
Okay. And a point of clarification: when you arrived to the scene, was the driver's side door where these firearms found open or closed?
I believe it was closed when we got there.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, does state's exhibit 242 Yankee Alpha appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as it was at the crime scene and when you last viewed it?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to the state's exhibit 242 Yankee Alpha into evidence.
Any objection to 242 Yankee Alpha? All right, hearing none, is admitted and may be shown as you see fit.
Okay. You may use lift it from the box, so we're in the safe, and publish that for the jury. What was also contained there in the state 242 Yankee Alpha?
Well, this was the magazine and the ammunition that was inside the weapon when it was recovered.
And I believe Defense Counsel, at this time, Your Honor, we also published that portion of State's Exhibit 242 Yankee Alpha.
It's 242 Yankee Alpha, the weapon and the ammo and the magazine, or is collectively?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, any further objection? Anyone? Okay, it's admitted, they're admitted, maybe published as you see fit.
Magazine. This did have, I believe, 15 cartridge casings in it, bullets. And then I need to take them all out. This cal 40 caliber bullet.
And were they all the same caliber bullet container in that exhibit?
Yes, they were all 40 calibers.
All right. And what type of I'll strike the question. I'll clear this off for you. Now, I would like you to take a look at State's Exhibit 242. Oh, here it is. 242 Yankee Bravo. Have you had a chance to review that State's Exhibit coming forward today?
Yes, I have.
And what is State's Exhibit 242 Yankee Bravo?
This was the Kel-Tec, I guess, weapon, we'll call it that. Doesn't really a rifle, but more of a big pistol.
And is that the same firearm that is featured in State's 242 Yankee exhibit identified as marker 61?
Yes, it is.
And is marker 61, which you described to be the kill tape, also identified on your crime scene diagram, which is State's 284 Yankee Golf?
Yes.
Okay.
Right here.
Okay. And Your Honor, well, does that exhibit State's Exhibit 242 Yankee Bravo appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you last reviewed it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit into evidence State's Exhibit 242 Yankee Bravo into evidence and permission public search to your group.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, 242 Yankee Bravo is admitted, published as you see fit.
This was the magazine that was in the gun.
And was that magazine empty or containing ammunition therein when it was recovered?
It had ammunition.
You want to be certain for the purposes of the record, as of the last exhibit, this is all one exhibit, the magazine as well as the ammunition itself.
Any further objection, councils? All right, hearing none, they're also admitted. It's 242 Yankee Bravo.
These are all the 223 caliber.
And did you find any ammunition or shell casings on the scene from that particular time?
I didn't find any of that caliber,
Okay.
of the 223 caliber, no.
Now publishing for the jury, state's next exhibit, which is state's exhibit 224 Yankee. What is of significance here, Investigator Smith?
This is an overall view of the store next to, or the business next to the McDaniel Street Barber Shop. I believe there was a bullet fragment and the T-shirt that was recovered in number 49 and number 48.
And are those plots also pointed on your diagram, which is contained as a demonstrative of 284 Yankee vault?
Yes.
And we'll now turn to state's exhibit 225 Yankee. Is this just a closer view of state's exhibit 48, of the last exhibit that was just shown to you
Yes,
with marker 48 on it?
that's correct.
And is this the black t-shirt you were just talking about?
Yes.
Now turn to you. Now showing defense counsel has been previously marked as state's exhibit 225 Yankee Alpha. Here, no request to see it. I'm now approaching the witness with state's 225 Yankee Alpha. What have I just handed you, Investigator Smith?
This is the evidence bag for marker 48, which was the black shirt, black T-shirt.
And have you had a chance to review that prior report again?
Yes.
And is that evidence contained there in the same or substantially the same condition as opposed to last had the opportunity to review it?
Yes, in the bag.
All right, at this time, the state now moves to the state's exhibit 225 Yankee Alpha into evidence.
Any objection, states 225 Yankee Alpha?
On behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right, hearing none, 225 Yankee Alpha is admitted. May be published as you say.
Thank you. You may publish. If you would just open it up.
Must have.
I'm now publishing, which has already been admitted in states exhibit 145 Yankee. And is this just a further, wider shot of the last exhibits, well, last couple of exhibits that the state showed?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the significance of this picture?
This was an overall photo we took before we put any evidence markers down.
Okay, is that still the same shape tile we've been talking about this whole time?
Yes,
That's the same silver minivan that we've been talking about this whole time?
it is.
All right, now showing you states exhibit 149 Yankee. Is that still the same silver or grayish minivan we've been discussing?
Yes.
What was the significance? State, now turning your attention to states exhibit 152 Yankee. Same, that's another closer image of the same minivan, correct?
Yes.
And what was the significance of this picture?
There was a bullet defect in it, I believe.
Now turn your attention to State's Exhibit 156 Yankee. Is this a closer view of that bullet defect that you just described?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now turn your attention to 234 Yankee. Is this a closer view of that same bullet defect with the evidence marker on it?
Yes, it is.
Now turning your attention to State Exhibit, excuse me, and was that bullet defect marker, was that marker associated with that bullet defect drawn on your diagram contained on State's Exhibit 284 Yankee Golf?
Yes, it's this vehicle right here.
All right, turn your attention now to 235 Yankee. And is that yet another closer view of the same bullet defect?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now turn your attention to State's Exhibit 283 Yankee. What are we looking at here?
That's on the interior of the vehicle. Well, we believe the bullet passed through the door itself and entered into the, I believe that's near where one of the seat adjusters is inside the minivan.
Turn your attention to State's 150 Yankee. This is just a rear view photo of the same vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now turn your attention to State's Exhibit 40 Yankee. All right, we're back in front of the barbershop, right?
That's correct.
Is this, what was significant about this photo?
Again, just another overall shot of the scene before we put down any evidence markers.
All right, turn your attention to 124 Yankee. It's a closer view of the same area, correct?
That's correct.
And now turn your attention, investigator Smith, to State's Exhibit 212 Yankee. What are we seeing here?
A bunch of evidence that we marked out there. With some clothing, cell phone, cartridge case, I believe.
Is this same evidence, are these markers associated with the evidence that you collect? Well, did you collect this evidence at these markers?
Yes, it was collected.
And did you also notate these same points on your diagram that you plotted?
Yes.
All right, can you, for the sake, for the jury, point out where those particular plots are pointed on your diagram using 284 Yankee Golf?
Right here, 39, 40, 41, and 42, and 43.
Okay, all right. Turn your attention to State's 215 Yankee. What are we looking at here?
Just a close-up of a towel and some clothing.
Okay, and I'm now showing the defense was marked previously as State's Exhibit 215 Yankee Alpha. Okay. All right, I'm now approaching the witness with State's Exhibit 215 Yankee Alpha. Investigator Smith, what have I just handed to you, sir?
This is that green skull cap that's in the photo there.
Okay, and have you had a chance prior to court today to review that piece of evidence?
Yes.
And is that evidence contained in State's Exhibit 215 Yankee Alpha in the same or substantially same condition as it was on the day that it was collected?
It appears to be.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, State now moves to admit to evidence State's Exhibit 215 Yankee Alpha.
Any objections to State's 215 Yankee Alpha? All right, 215 Yankee Alpha is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
All right, now showing you State's Exhibit 216 Yankee. What reason did you take a picture of this item here?
Just a cell phone on the scene. Again, any cell phones we collect.
All right, what marker number did you sign?
42.
And did you plot that point on your diagram?
I did.
And can you show the jury where it's located on 284 Yankee Golf?
Right here.
Now showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 217 Yankee and admitting the evidence. What are we looking at here in this exhibit?
Evidentiary value would be the keys, number 43.
Okay. And excuse me. Did you also plot that same marker identifying that what is contained in State's Exhibit 217 Yankee on your diagram which is states exhibit 284 Yankee Golf.
Yes,
Can you show the jury where that is plotted?
right here.
All right. Now showing states exhibit 10Y. Yeah, 10 Yankee, excuse me. Are we back in front of the barber shop?
Yes,
Why did you take a picture of this particular view of the barber shop?
there appeared to be, from what we could see, a bunch of bullet defects on the front of the barber shop.
Now showing you,
Mr. Brown, before you continue, Ms. Williams and a representative from the state, can I see you for a second? All right, ladies and gentlemen, in order to accommodate for some comfort breaks and also our schedule today, why don't we go ahead and just take lunch? We're going to make an abbreviated lunch today because for scheduling purposes. So if I could get you all to come back for 12:45, we'll go ahead and get started again, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. We'll be in recess until 12:45. Thank you. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Brown, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, investigator Smith.
Afternoon.
We were last, before the lunch break, focusing our attention on State's Exhibit number 10Y, which has already been admitted into evidence prior to the time. And if you would, just turn to your TV above you and tell the jury what it is. We're back in front of the barber shop with this picture, correct?
Yes.
And what was the significance of you taking this photo in the collage that was taken of those that were part of the crime scene?
I think we counted approximately 13 impact points that we believe were defects from guns. If you see all the little white spots on the green paint, most of those were defects where we believe bullets struck the building.
Okay, now turning to the next State's Exhibit, which is 260 Yankee. And investigator Smith, can you tell the jury, which side of the barbershop is this?
Front right, I guess.
Okay, and you're speaking that from the perspective of the vantage point of looking directly at the front of the barbershop for the jury?
That's correct.
Okay, and to be sure, what are the markers next to?
I believe that's the Tahoe.
Oh, excuse me, poor question, I'll re-ask. What, the placards that are on the wall, do you see those?
Yes, I do.
What are those there to indicate?
Those indicate what we believe were impact points by bullets striking the building.
Sure. And do you see, how many do you see on this exhibit?
There's 4 total there.
Okay. And did you include those particular placards? Well, I'll wait till the next State's Exhibit. Can we turn to now State's Exhibit 261Y? Is this just a closer picture? Just a brief moment. Is this a closer view of of the marker 63,
Yes,
where you believe to be a defect from the shooting?
correct.
All right. Now turning to State's Exhibit number 262 Yankee. And is that just yet another closer view on the same wall of markers 64?
Yes, it is.
All right. Turning now to State's Exhibit 263 Yankee. And is that yet another closer viewpoint of just another marker that was placed from a prospective bullet defect?
That's correct.
Okay. Turning your attention now to State's Exhibit 264 Yankee. And what are we seeing here, Investigator Smith?
We believe it struck either part of the metal fencing or the window, burglar windows, I guess. Or I couldn't remember, it's hard to tell where that part. We believe it struck something either through the glass or through the fence.
Okay, and are these placards that are in total, those starting with 63 through 66, which you currently see in State's 264 Yankee, are all of those placards in front of where the green top, where the dark colored Tahoe was situated by the barbershop?
They're all in that general area, yes. We had to, if you can imagine, we had to group 63 in this group here. If we had to put all the numbers on the diagram, it would look like a bingo sheet. I couldn't, it'd be difficult to read. So we grouped them all together in the building.
All right. Now turning your attention and utilizing State's Exhibit 260 Yankee, is that wall in front of where the dark colored strip Tahoe is?
Yes.
All right. Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 266 Yankee. And can you tell the jury what exactly this image is?
Again, we believe that's where that, I believe that previous bullet went through it's like a metal mesh or something on the inside of the burglar window. We believe that's where the bullet went through.
Okay. All right. And is this just yet another closer view of that same viewpoint that we looked at containing a mesh type as you described guarding in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Now turning your attention, Investigator Smith, to State's Exhibit 269 Yankee. And we're still, is this the front or the side of the barbershop?
Kind of the corner to the right. You can kind of see where it has that 90-degree corner where it says no. If you look to the left under the window, it says no loitering. That's towards the main entrance, the barbershop. The other side is where the Tahoe was parked.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors here what it is that we are, the significance of this particular photo?
Number 67, that's marked. We believe it was another bullet defect in the wood awning, I guess, or overhang.
Understood. And I'm now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 270. Is this just yet a closer view of the same State's Exhibit the same placard that was shown in the prior State's Exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm now turning your attention to State's, well, let me ask you about this. Is this point that is shown on the screen, this placard rather, that is shown on State's Exhibit 270 Yankee, is it also plotted on your diagram 284 Yankee Golf, which is to your immediate right?
Yes, again, we grouped them all in this significant here. These 63 to 76 at some point. They're all, it's like I said, it's the only way to do it.
Understood. Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 281 Yankee. And what are we looking at here on this particular exhibit?
This is direct looking right in front of the barber shop if you're standing on the sidewalk.
And about how many defects did you count in the front of the shop?
It's like there's 9 total.
Okay. Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 271 Yankee. We're still looking at the front of the shop.
Correct.
And this is yet another closer view of one of the points that you plotted on your diagram.
Yes.
All right. Turning to the next exhibit. Fair to say this is just another closer view, right?
Yes.
Bullet details. Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 274 Yankee. All right. Is this yet another closer view of the broader view that we just viewed not too long ago of another bullet defect in front of the business?
Yes, it is.
All right. Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 275. Is this another exhibit of closer view?
Yes.
All right. Same place in the front of the barbershop?
Correct. In that general area.
Marker 71, is this, and this is pertaining to Marker 71, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 276 Yankee, and this Marker 72 is yet another bullet defect in front of the barbershop, correct?
That's correct.
Next exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 277 Yankee, and is it fair to say that we're still in front of the barbershop?
Yes,
Is this yet another marker indicating another bullet defect that you found?
it is.
All right. It's a closer view with marker 73.
Correct.
Turning your attention here to State's Exhibit 278 Yankee. Here at marker 74, are we looking at a closer view of a bullet defect in the front?
Yes.
Turn your attention also to State's Exhibit 279 Yankee. Are we looking at yet another closer view of another bullet defect in the front here at marker 75?
That's correct.
All right. Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 280 Yankee. And this is yet another marker here in the front.
Correct.
And it's another marker indicating a bullet defect at the front of the barbershop.
Yes.
Where all of these markers that we just went over in total pertaining to the front of the barbershop.
Yes.
Okay. Now turn your attention to State's Exhibit 122Y. Can you tell the jury what was the significance of taking this particular photo here at State's 122 Yankee?
This was, again, just an overall picture without adding any evidence markers or anything on it.
Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 123 Yankee. What was the significance of this photo here?
If you look just to the right of the
If you take
decal, I'm sorry.
You can
yeah,
take
that
the
one.
one. Yes.
The decal, it looks like it went through the glass right here, another bullet defect.
Okay. All right. Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 135 Yankee. Is it fair to say this is an interior shot of the barbershop that we've been talking about all this time?
Yes.
And what is the significance of this photo here at 135 Yankee?
This is that same defect in the window from looking from the barber shop out.
Okay. Turning your attention to State's Exhibit Number 136, Yankee. Is this fair to say it's a closer view of the same defect in the window that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
Now turn your attention to State's Exhibit 135 Yankee. Excuse me, 131 Yankee, my apologies. What are we looking at here, Investigator Smith?
This is inside the barber shop, I believe at the far wall away from the street. It's just a perspective of looking from the back of the barber shop to the street. There's a front door.
And how would you have taken this overview of the barbershop interior?
Well, we believe that's where some of the defects had come through or had, I'm sorry, this is standing in the front door looking back, I think. If I remember correctly. We just want to see what it looked like inside the barber shop. Obviously, it appears that a bullet may have come into the barber shop. We just wanted to show that perspective of the interior of the barber shop.
And utilizing this exhibit, I know it's going to be, would you, in this exhibit, State's Exhibit 131 Yankee, is it fair to say that the window that you were just describing is behind the photographer who took this photo, the viewpoint? Particular photo.
That is a bullet fragment sitting on the floor.
Okay. And would that have been some piece of evidence that you would have found to have evidentiary value?
Yes.
Now turn your attention to State's Exhibit 134 Yankee. Is it fair to say this is the same bullet fragment that we just saw in the last State's exhibit?
That's correct.
And I am now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 137 Yankee. Can you describe what we are observing in this particular photo, 137 Yankee?
That's the evidence marker number 11, where we noted the piece of evidence back towards the front of the store.
Okay, and with this particular marker, did you put this marker, plot this point on your diagram that states 284 Yankee Golf?
I did.
Okay, and for the jury, can you point out to where that marker is?
Right here inside the store.
Okay, and can, in relationship to this marker that is shown on State's 137 Yankee, can you show where that bullet fragment? If you can show in relationship to where that marker is next to that bullet fragment, can you show where the defect is in the window using the pointer, or you can use the red indicator on the screen?
Right there.
Okay, and when you say right there, what do you reference?
There's a hole.
Okay.
Sorry, just above my pointer.
Okay, and is that, can you describe the distance or relationship of the area around or about where that bullet fragment is located from that window?
It's probably 10 or so feet inside.
Okay. And now turn your attention to State's Exhibit 139 Yankee. This is just a closer view of that same bullet fragment that you plotted on your diagram?
It is.
Okay. Now shifting your attention to State's 130 Yankee. And what is it that, what's the significance of taking this vantage point of the barbershop investigation?
Okay, all right, this makes sense to me. This is from standing on the main door. looking straight into the barber shop.
And why would why would this have been a photo that was taken at the time you were at the crime scene of 330 McDaniel Street?
Just to kind of give an overall picture, like I said, a bullet entered the barber shop. I think the only one that we discovered in there, just to show a perspective. If it was, at that time, I don't know one way or another if there was people inside when the shooting occurred or not, but it would just give a perspective if there were people inside, as to a bullet entering any type of establishment.
Okay. All right, now turn your attention to the State's Exhibit 145. We're back outside, is that fair to say?
Yes,
And we're back in the lot where the Tahoe that we talked about earlier and the silverish, grayish minivan was located, correct?
yes.
And what significance at all was this shot that was taken of that area?
I believe there was another defect in the window there at that address.
When you say that, bless you. So when you say that window there, what window are you referencing?
I believe right in through here, there was another defect.
Okay.
If I believe, it's hard to tell without the markers.
Okay.
For me.
I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 224 Yankee. And in that same area of the business where you were circling with the pointer, the wooden pointer, can you show with that same pointer if you see a marker?
That would be that marker.
And what number is that marker?
Number 49.
And did you plot that marker, that point for that marker on your diagram contained on 284 Yankee golf?
I did,
And can you show the jury with that same wooden pointer where that plot is pointed?
right here,
Where that point is plotted?
right in this area.
And now turning your attention to State 255 Yankee. Is this just another closer view of that same marker?
That's correct.
And what's the address number associated with this business?
334.
Is that also on McDaniel Street?
Yes,
And now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 256 Yankee. Is this a bullet defect in the same business that we were looking at?
yes,
Is it a closer view of what we just looked at in the last exhibit?
I believe so.
Right. Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 257 Yankee. Is this just a closer view of the defect that we looked at earlier under placard 49?
It's similar, I believe it's it's that one in the lower window of the business.
Okay. And I'm turning your attention to State's Exhibit 259 Yankee. And what are we looking at here?
Looks like it could be another close-up of part of the fragment over maybe the broken window in this general area over here.
All right. And I'm turning your attention to State's 160 Yankee. Oh, excuse me, hold just a brief moment. With the red marker on that smart board to you, can you please circle where you see that fragment that you just described?
I believe it's just in this general area right here. See some broken glass here. And this appears to all be broken glass through in here, I believe.
And what is this, I'll use the pointer so I don't have to come behind you.
Oh.
What is that in that vicinity of just above where you last made the circle?
I believe that appears to be a bullet fragment as well.
Okay, all right. And for the jury, could you circle that so they can see it? Okay. All right. And I am now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 160 Yankee. And where are we located in relationship to this picture?
North Side Drive is behind us per se. This is the north side looking east on McDaniel Street towards the barber shop.
And these placards are, do you see, what evidence placards do you see here?
Number one is a cartridge case, although it looks like there's a cigarette pack there too, but that's not the cigarette pack. And then number two is a cartridge case. It's hard to see from here, but.
All right, and just a brief moment. I am putting on gloves. You got some?
I'm doing.
I have now shown you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit, well, showing the defense what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 160 Yankee Alpha. Now approaching the witness what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 160 Yankee Alpha. And once you get your gloves on, have a chance to look at it, and look back up at it. All right, what has been handed to you as State's Exhibit 160 Yankee Alpha?
This is the pack of cigarette, or the empty cigarette box that was standing right there, that was on the street next to number one.
And without taking it out of the bag, evidence bag so far, have you had a chance to review that piece of evidence prior to coming in to court today?
Yes,
And when you reviewed that evidence today, was it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you last reviewed?
yes,
And as it was on the day of January 10th, 2015.
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit the evidence State's Exhibit 160 Yankee Alpha into evidence.
Any objection to states 160 Yankee Alpha? All right, hearing none, it's admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Remove it from the packaging and publish it with jury. All right. Now showing what has been marked as State's Exhibit 161 Yankee. What do we see here next to the cigarette cartridge container?
Actually, it's a cartridge case. We actually originally put the number one for the cartridge case.
Okay.
And we determined later to collect the cigarette pack as well.
And do you know what type of cartridge casing that is?
7.62 by 39 millimeter, I believe.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 162 Yankee. What are we looking at here, Investigator Smith?
Another cartridge case of the same caliber.
Is this a different one from the one that we just previously viewed?
Yes,
And now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 163 Yankee. And what is the significance of this shot here, Investigator Smith?
this is an overall, I know 3 and 4 are ballistic evidence. I don't know what the numbers further down are. I'll let look, but again, more cartridge case of that same caliber that we mentioned earlier.
All right, now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 164 Yankee. And on State's 164 Yankee, are we looking at yet another cartridge casing of the same caliber?
Yes,
And is this a different cartridge casing from the first two that we just viewed previously?
yes,
Okay. And as for these first three cartridge casings that have been identified with markers 1, 2, and 3, did you plot those points on your diagram as State's Exhibit 284 Yankee?
I did.
And now turning to State's Exhibit 165 Yankee. And Investigator Smith, are we looking at yet another cartridge casing of the same caliber?
Yes,
And was this something that was collected as well?
yes,
All right. And did you collect the first three cartridge casings that were identified as markers 1, 2, and 3?
they were collected, yes.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 1, and was this placard number 4 also put on your diagram?
Yes,
All right. Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 166. Thank you. Is this a wider view of some of the other cartridge casings that were recovered from the crime scene?
that's correct.
Okay. And I'm turning your attention now to State's Exhibit 167. Is this another cartridge casing of the same caliber?
Yes,
Was it recovered?
it was.
Was it noted on your diagram?
Yes,
Exhibit 168 Yankee. We're looking at another cartridge casing, correct?
that's correct.
Of the same caliber.
Yes,
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 169 Yankee. we're seeing another cartridge case in here,
Yes,
same caliber,
that's correct.
different location.
Yes,
And was this noted on your crime scene diagram?
it was.
Was this evidence collected?
It was.
What placard is this?
Number 7.
Turn your attention, sir, to State's Exhibit number 172 Yankee. What do you see on this particular exhibit, sir?
Like a bullet fragment.
Okay, and using the pointer, can you show me where the bullet fragment is? Okay, and was this bullet fragment collected in the evidence?
Yes.
And what placard number is that?
Number 9.
Okay. Now turn your attention to State's Exhibit 170 Yankee. What is the significance of this photo?
Again, it's just an overall view of the street with the evidence markers.
Okay, and now turn your attention to State's Exhibit 170. Excuse me. What numbers do you see? Placard numbers do you see here?
8 and 10.
Okay, all right. In State's Exhibit 171 Yankee, what placard number is here?
Number 8.
And what caliber of shell casing are we looking at?
It's the same caliber that I mentioned previously.
Okay. And was that shell casing taken in evidence?
Yes,
Was that marker plotted on your diagram?
it was.
All right. Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 173 Yankee. Is that the same caliber of shell casing that we've been talking about?
Yes,
Is it just a different one than the last one we just viewed?
that's correct.
And what placard number is associated with this shell casing?
Number 10.
And was that shell casing's placard number plotted on your diagram?
Yes, it was.
Now turn your attention to State's Exhibit 174 Yankee. Is it fair to say that this is just a broader view of some of the other shell casings that were found at the crime scene?
That's correct.
What placard numbers do you see featured on this particular exhibit?
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 43, 42, 41, 39. That's all I can see.
Okay, starting now turning your and were those placard numbers also plotted on your diagram?
They were.
And was the evidence associated with those placard numbers also recovered?
Yes,
And now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 176 Yankee. Excuse me, 175 Yankee. Is this a shell casing?
it's cartridge case. Yes.
Cartridge case,
Yep.
excuse me.
Sorry.
And is this a different cartridge casing than the ones that we have been looking at prior to this exhibit?
Yes.
What kind of cartridge casing is this particular cartridge casing?
It's a 9mm pistol cartridge.
Okay, and was that cartridge casing associated with placard 12 taken in evidence?
Yes.
And was that placard number associated with that cartridge casing plotted on your diagram?
It was.
All right, turn your attention to State's Exhibit 176 Yankee. Okay. Is this the same caliber of cartridge casing associated as well? Is this the same cartridge casing or different one?
This is a different one.
Okay, what caliber of this cartridge casing?
45 caliber.
Okay, and was this cartridge casing under placard 13 recovered?
Yes, it was.
And was the placard number for that cartridge casing plotted on your diagram?
It was.
All right. Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 171 Yankee. Excuse me, 177. What are we looking at here?
That's another cartridge case from the 7.62 by 39.
And what's the placard number associated with this cartridge casing?
14.
And is this just another cartridge casing that was found at the crime scene?
Yes.
All right. And was the placard number 14 also plotted on your diagram?
It was.
Now I'm turning your attention to State's Exhibit 178 Yankee. What placard number is here?
15.
And what are we looking at it being associated with?
Looks like almost looks like a whole bullet that's just kind of mushroomed and compressed.
I'm sorry.
A whole bullet.
Okay. And
Ballistic evidence.
was that bullet recovered from the crime scene and taken into evidence?
It was.
Okay. And was the placard number 15 also plotted on your diagram?
Yes, it was.
now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 179. What is that? What caliber of shell casing is that?
9mm,
What placard number is associated with that 9mm shell casing?
16.
And was that shell casing recovered and taken into evidence?
It was.
And was that placard number 16 plotted on your diagram?
It was.
Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 180. What caliber of shell casing are we looking at placard number 17?
45 caliber.
And was that 45 caliber shell casing recovered and taken into evidence?
It was.
Was that placard number associated with that cartridge casing plotted on your diagram?
It was.
Right? Turning your attention to State's 181 then. Can you tell us what placard numbers you see on this exhibit?
18, 19, 20, and 21.
Are these are these placard numbers near the navigator truck that we looked at earlier?
Yes.
And what was the evidence associated with these placard numbers recovered from the crime scene?
It was.
Now turning your attention to State's 182 Yankee. Is this a closer view of the placard number 18 that we saw in the broader view in the last exhibit?
Yes.
And was that evidence recovered?
It was.
Did you plot that point on your diagram?
I did.
All right, turning your attention to 185 Yankee. What do we see here?
That is a cartridge case.
And what caliber of cartridge casing is that?
That one's a 9mm.
And what placard number is associated with this?
19.
And was 19 placard number plotted on your diagram?
It was.
Was that piece of evidence taken into evidence?
Yes.
Now turning your attention to State's 186 Yankee. Is that just a closer view of the evidence that we saw earlier in the larger view associated with placard number 20?
Yes, that's a bullet fragment.
And was that bullet fragment taken into evidence?
It was.
And was that point plotted on your diagram?
Yes.
Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 187 Yankee. What caliber of shell casing are we looking at here?
9mm.
And what placard number is associated with this shell casing?
21.
And was that shell casing associated with placard number 1 taken in evidence?
Yes.
Was it also plotted on, was that placard number plotted on your diagram?
It was.
All right, showing you now State's Exhibit 193 Yankee. Is this just another broad view of some of the placard numbers that were found at the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay, and now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 194 Yankee. What placard number is in front of us in this exhibit?
25.
And what caliber of cartridge, what is that, cartridge casing or bullet fragment?
That's a 45 caliber cartridge case.
And was that cartridge casing recovered from the crime scene?
It was.
And was that point associated with 25, with the placard number 25 plotted on your crime scene diagram?
It was.
All right, now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 195 Yankee. And Investigator Smith, what do you see here?
That's a cartridge case from the 7.623.
All right, and
I'm sorry,
what placard
62.
number is associated with that?
26.
All right, I'm turning your attention to State's
No, I'm sorry, 26 is the 45 caliber.
Okay.
That's my fault on that.
No,
Sorry.
State's Exhibit 196 Yankee is now on the screen. Okay, is that a closer view of the last exhibit that we had?
Yes, it-
Opportunity to review?
Yes, it is.
And is that, was that piece of evidence taken into evidence?
It was.
And was that plot pointed on your diagram associated with that evidence?
Yes.
All right, turning your attention to 197 Yankee. What cartridge casing is that?
That is a 7.62 by 39 cartridge case that we mentioned earlier.
Is that a different cartridge casing from the other ones of that caliber that we've already viewed?
Yes,
All right, and did you recover, was that cartridge casing recovered and taken in evidence?
it was.
And was placard number 27, which is associated with that evidence, also plotted on your diagram?
Yes.
All right, now turn your attention to State's Exhibit 198 Yankee. Is this just another raw view of several placards that were placed on the crime scene?
Yes.
All right. And what vehicle is near or about those placards? What vehicles are near or about those placard numbers?
The vehicle to the left is the Lincoln Navigator, and the one to the right is the Tahoe.
All right. turn your attention to State's Exhibit 219 Yankee. What are we seeing here?
That is a bullet fragment, number 44.
Okay, and was that bullet fragment recovered and taken in evidence?
Yes, it was.
And was that point associated with placard number 44 plotted on your diagram?
Yes.
Right. Now turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 199 Yankee. What are we looking at here?
It's another cartridge case, the 7.62 by 39.
Okay, and what placard number is associated with this cartridge case?
28.
And was that cartridge case recovered and taken into evidence?
Yes, it was.
Did you plot .28 on your diagram?
I did.
All right, now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 200 Yankee. What is that the same caliber of shell cartridge casing that we just looked in the last exhibit?
Yes,
Is this a different cartridge casing than the one that we just used?
it is.
And what is the placard number associated with that cartridge casing?
29.
And was 29 one of the points that you plotted on your diagram?
It was.
And was that cartridge casing taken and recovered in evidence?
Yes.
All right, turn your attention to State's Exhibit 220 Yankee. On this crime scene picture, can you tell the jury what it is that we're seeing here?
That's another bullet fragment.
Okay, and with respect to this particular bullet fragment, was this bullet fragment taken from the crime scene and placed in the evidence?
Yes,
And was that placard number 45 also plotted on your diagram?
it was.
Now turn your attention to State's Exhibit 237Y. What is being shown here in State 237Y?
Another bullet fragment.
Okay, and with respect to this bullet fragment, Investigator Smith, what placard number is associated with it?
59.
And was 59 plotted on your diagram?
It was.
And was that evidence associated with this particular exhibit recovered and taken into evidence?
Yes.
All right. Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 201 Yankee. Which caliber of cartridge casing is this that we're seeing here on this screen?
The 7.62 by 39.
Is this yet another cartridge casing of that same color?
It is.
And is there a placard number associated with this shell casing?
Number 30.
And was that cartridge casing associated with placard number 30 taken into evidence after the marker was placed down?
It was.
And was that point associated with placard number 30 plotted on your diagram?
Yes.
All right. Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 202 Yankee. All right, now showing you what's out there, marked as State's 202 Yankee. What are we seeing here?
Another bullet fragment.
And what placard number is associated with this?
31.
And was that bullet fragment recovered and taken into evidence?
It was.
And was that placard number, was that position for that placard number plotted on your diagram?
It is.
And I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 203 Yankee. I also already admitted the evidence. What caliber of cartridge casing are we looking at here?
Again, the 7.62 by 39.
Is this also another cartridge casing that's different from the ones of this caliber that we looked at already?
Yes.
And what's the placard number associated with this one?
32.
And was that evidence on this associated with this placard number recovered and taken into evidence?
Yes.
And did you plot 32 on your diagram?
I did.
All right, now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 204 Yankee. Is this another such caliber of cartridge casing as the one in the last exhibit?
Yes.
And is this another such caliber, another such cartridge casing that was recovered from the crime scene on that day?
That's correct.
And was that was that point of 33 plotted on your diagram?
It was.
Okay, turning your attention to State's Exhibit number 205. Is that another cartridge casing of the same caliber?
Yes.
And what's the placard number associated with this cartridge casing?
34.
And was that point plotted on your diagram?
Yes, it was.
And was that piece of evidence recovered from the crime scene?
Yes.
And I'm now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 211 Yankee. Can you tell the jurors what we're seeing on this particular exhibit?
Another bullet fragment.
And what placard number is associated with this bullet fragment?
38.
And was this bullet fragment recovered from the crime scene and taken into evidence?
Yes.
And was placard number 38 plotted on your diagram that you prepared for this case?
It was.
All right. Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 221 Yankee. It's fair to say we're looking at the driver's side of this vehicle,
That's correct.
and this is the Chevy Tahoe that we talked about earlier, correct?
Correct.
And what are we seeing here on this particular exhibit?
Again, the two defects on the Tahoe and then the cell phone on the ground.
And was the evidence that are associated with these placards taken and recovered?
Yes,
And when that evidence was recovered, did you take and plot those points associated with those placards on your diagram?
I did.
What placard numbers are those?
47, 46, and 60.
Okay, and at this time, I'm turning your attention to State's Exhibit 222 Yankee. What are we seeing here? Is this just a closer view of the earlier picture associated with placard 46?
Yes,
And is that bullet fragment?
yes, it is.
And was that bullet fragment recovered?
Yes,
And you plotted this on your diagram?
correct.
And that's placard number 46?
It is.
Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 212 Yankee. And is this a broad picture of the evidence placards associated with this viewpoint?
It is.
What placard numbers do you see?
39, 40, 41, 42, and 43.
And was the evidence associated with those placards taken from the crime scene?
Yes,
And at the time that it was taken, after it was taken, did you plot those points on your diagram?
I did.
All right. And I'm now showing you State's Exhibit 214 Yankee. Excuse me, 213. 213. And what are we seeing here?
That's the 7.62 by 39 caliber
And
cartridge
is
case.
that yet a different shell casing from all of the others that we looked at so far?
Yes, it is.
And did you recover that shell casing from the crime scene?
I did.
Let's-
And we're
I feel you.
after that shell casing was recovered, did you then plot placard 39 in your diagram?
I did.
And what caliber of shell casing is that?
7.62 by 39.
And I am now turning your attention finally to State's Exhibit 214 Yankee. And what are we looking at here, investigation?
That's the same cartridge cases from the same caliber as mentioned before, the 7.62 by 39.
And was this in caliber, was this shell casing associated with placard 40 also plotted on your diagram?
It was.
And was that evidence associated with that placard recovered from the crime scene?
Yes.
And I am now just briefly. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right, utilizing the diagram to your right, which is State's Exhibit 284 Yankee Golf, can you show with the pointer the general area that you recovered the shell casings and bullet fragments associated with this case that you just spoke about in brief?
So 1 through 10, minus the 15 here, these are all 7.62 by 39 cartridge casings, and I believe number 9 was a fragment, bullet fragment. And then when we get closer to 12 and 13, those are 9mm and a 45 caliber. And then 14 is a 7.62 by 39. And then when we progress upwards around like 18, 17, bullet fragments, 17 was a 45 caliber, 16 was a 9mm, 17, like I said, they're all grouped right in this general area as a 45 caliber, and then some more ballistic evidence around number 21. And then 25 and 26, which is generally over in this area, were 45 caliber, and then 27 through 30 is way out here. 7, 28, and 29 and 30 were all the 7.62 by 39 cartridge casings. And 31 was a fragment. And then 32 through 34, which is in this general area here, were all 7.62 by 39s. And then 39 and 40, again, in this general area, the 7.62 by 39 cartridge case. And there was some additional fragments. Number 44 and 45 are out this way a little further with the bullet fragments.
Where was the large majority of the shell casings and bullet fragments for this particular crime scene located?
Well, as you can see, they spread out quite a distance from here, all the way up into this general area. And then there's a little higher concentration around the vehicles, would be the best way to describe it.
Okay, and in your training and experience, what does the spread of the bullet fragments and shell casings say to you?
Well, the gun's moving, but it's probably in somebody's hands while it's moving. If this cartridge casing's here, somehow the gun has to be traveling. And like I said, I don't know, it could have been somebody on foot, it could have been I don't know, but the gun.
I sustain objection.
I'll ask you another question. Is based on the shell casings, is it fair to say that there was more than one firearm involved in this case?
Yes.
And at how many 7.62 shell casings did you find were recovered at the crime scene? I'll say this, I'll ask a better question.
You withdrawing that question?
Yes, I was.
Okay, all right, okay.
How many shell casings in total were found at the crime scene?
Is it okay to reference my report
Yes,
for that one?
yes.
Approximately 27 rounds total, or total bullets were fired.
Okay, and about how many bullet fragments were located?
There was 12 located on the scene between bullet fragments and the whole bullet itself.
What is the difference between a shell casing and a bullet fragment?
Well, the cartridge case is what you've seen here. It's what ejects from the gun once it's been fired. The bullet is what comes out of the end of the barrel.
What's the difference between those two items that you just described and a fragment?
A fragment could be, it depends the type of bullet, but if it hits a harder object, it may just depends the material, it may just fall apart, for better words, or disintegrate per se. It's really hard to explain. We use certain bullets that are issued in our department that are meant to, when they hit an object, to mushroom or basically change shape would be a better term. And that's what bullets will do. And it may change shape, and pieces of the bullet may come apart and fall on the ground or wherever.
Okay. And I am now showing the defense was in pre-marked as State's Exhibit 294 Yankee. I'm now approaching the witness with has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 294 Yankee. And I would ask that you look at that and have a chance to look at it.
Yes, I'm familiar with it.
What is contained in State's, what is State's 294 Yankee?
These are all the cartridge casings that were collected from the scene.
And have you had a chance to review that evidence contained in State's Exhibit 294 Yankee prior to coming to court today?
Yes,
And is the evidence contained therein in the same or substantially same condition as it was when it was recovered on January 10, 2015?
yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibit 294 Yankee in evidence.
Any objection to states 294 Yankee? Hearing none, 294 Yankees admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that it be published and contained therein, kind of the same situation as we dealt with earlier, but I'll take it up at the time, appropriate time. So you maybe please go ahead. What is the exhibit number associated with that second bag you just taking inside of the first exhibit?
This bag, you mean?
Yes, sir.
The 294YA?
Okay, there's a 294 Yankee Alpha inside, contained inside of the 294 Yankee letter. And before you withdraw anything out of there, can you tell me what is contained in State's 294 Yankee Alpha?
These are all the cartridge casings that were collected from the scene.
And are those cartridge casings in the same or substantially same condition as they were when they were taken from the crime scene on January 10, 2015?
Yes,
Have you had a chance to review those cartridge casings prior to coming to court today?
I have.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit State's 294 Yankee Alpha into evidence.
Any objection to states 294 Yankee Alpha? All right, it's admitted, may be published as you see fit.
All right, you may publish this.
Do I leave them in the bags or?
Well, you can take one out as they, you can cut them, you have a scissors. You can take one at a time. And before you take it out, what exhibit number is associated with that cartridge casing?
294 Yankee A27.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, and have you had a chance to review what is contained there in that exhibit?
Yes,
And at this, is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you last reviewed? Don't take it out.
yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I now move to admit State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha.
It's all right.
It's 294 Yankee Alpha A27 in there. Let's see, let me make sure. 1 second. Okay, A27 in evidence.
Any objection to states 294 Yankee Alpha 27? All right, hearing none, it's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
And I'm gonna do this for the sake of ease. And I'm gonna ask you about States 294 Yankee Alpha 24, 25, 26. What are contained in those exhibits?
Those are the 9mm cartridge casings.
And have you had a chance to review those prior to court today?
Yes,
And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as they were when they were recovered on January 10, 2015?
yes.
All right, at this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit these exhibits into evidence and request permission to publish.
Any objection to states 294 Yankee Alpha 24, 25, or 26? All right, hearing none, they're admitted and may be published as you see fit.
All right, starting with State's Exhibit Yankee Alpha 27, could you publish that for the jury? And what shield or cartridge casing is that? Tell us.
The 9mm.
Okay. All right, now we're going to publish State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha 24. what is that?
Another 9mm cartridge case.
And is that the same cartridge caliber as the prior cartridge cases?
Yes.
Okay. And what is contained in the other exhibits that were just previously admitted, identified as State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha 25 and 26?
9mm cartridge cases.
And would those appear to be the same as the ones that you just showed the jury?
Yes.
I am now turning your attention to State's Exhibits 294 Yankee Alpha 23, 294 Yankee Alpha 20, 294 Yankee Alpha 21, 294 Yankee Alpha 22, and going in sequential order. Can you tell the jury what these are? I mean, can you tell, tell the jury what these are.
These are the 45 caliber cartridge casings that were collected from the scene.
And all of those are 45 caliber cartridge cases?
In this group, yes.
Okay, and have you had a chance to review those cartridge cases prior to work?
Yes.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as they were on the day that they were recovered on January 10, 2015?
Yes.
Right, at this time, the state now moves to admit into evidence these case exhibits. And request permission subject to your ruling.
Any objection to State's 294 Yankee Alpha 23, 20, or 21? All right, hearing none, they're admitted and may be published as you see fit.
And publishing just one, let's publish State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha 20. And what is it that you're publishing for the jury?
It's a 45 caliber cartridge case collected from the scene.
And you may replace that inside that. And are the other evidence in your hand right now the same caliber cartridge casing?
Yes, they are.
And Your Honor, I just want to be clear for the record that you also included 22 in that in this evidence that was just admitted.
You didn't ask for that. You asked for 20, 21, I think, and 23. So are you asking for 22
I
now?
requested the court permission.
Okay, all right. Any further objections to State's 294 Yankee Alpha 22? All right, it's admitted. May be published as you see fit.
And now, showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, all within that same subset number. Can you take a moment to review that evidence and tell me what you know it to be? Tell me what you know it to be.
These are all the 7.62 by 39 cartridge casings collected from the scene.
And have you had a chance to review that evidence prior to coming to the court?
I have.
And is that evidence all in the same or substantially same condition as it was before you, on the day that it was collected in the evidence on January 10, 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibits 294 Yankee Alpha 1 through, I believe the last number
19?
is 19, yes, Your Honor. Into evidence and request permission to publish only one for the sake of time.
Any objection to State's 294 Yankee Alpha 1 through 19? All right. Hearing no objection, they're admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha 1 for the jury. What are we looking at in your hand, investigators?
That's the 7.62 by 39 caliber cartridge case.
And is that excuse me, no, I will withdraw that motion. You may replace that, cartridge casing inside that evidence. All right, I am now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Bravo. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you have as State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Bravo?
This is the remaining ballistic evidence that was recovered, either full intact, sort of intact projectiles and any fragmented bullets.
And have you had a chance to review that evidence prior to coming to court today to testify?
Yes, I have.
And is that evidence that you are reviewing at this time in the same or substantially same condition as it was on the day that it was recovered, which would be January 10, 2015?
Yes.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Bravo in the evidence.
Any objection to State's 294 Yankee Bravo? All right. All right, sir. Hearing none, 294 Yankee Bravo is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Contained there in State's 294 Yankee Bravo are State's Exhibits 294 Yankee Bravo 8, 294 Yankee Bravo 6, 294 Yankee Bravo 5, 294 Yankee Bravo 4, 294 Yankee Bravo 7, 294 Yankee Bravo 2, 294 Yankee Bravo 3, 294 Yankee Bravo 1, 294 Yankee Bravo 11, 294 Yankee Bravo 10, 294 Yankee Bravo 9. Investigator Smith, what is contained as State's Exhibits 294 Yankee Bravo 1 through 11?
Again, those are whatever was left over for ballistic evidence from either the bullets or the fragments on the scene.
Hold on one second. Any further objection to subset States 294 Yankee Bravo 1 through 11? By hearing none, they're admitted.
Are all of those bullet fragments?
Yes, in one way or another, yes.
We are now going to publish State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Bravo 1 for the jury at this time.
You said number one?
Yes.
I'm afraid number one is like hard. It's the smallest fragment. Is there? I mean, it's up to you. I don't know. It may fall out of my hands.
Okay. We'll place that in that evidence bag, and we are now going to publish the next exhibit in that subset in sequential order. So that would be now State's Exhibit Yankee 294 Yankee Bravo 2. And have you removed that evidence from the evidence bag?
I did. Sorry.
Okay, and what do you have in your hand?
Again, another bullet fragment.
Okay, thank you very much. You can place that evidence back in the bag. And I am now handing you State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Bravo 3 for you to publish as exhibits.
Oh, I already did.
Oh, you did?
Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry.
Steph.
Way ahead
Now
here.
show me State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Bravo 4. Now handing you State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Bravo 5. Now handing you State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Bravo 6. All right, now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Bravo 7. Now showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Bravo 8. And it's already been admitted. Now showing you the marked as 294 Yankee Bravo 9. Now showing 294 Yankee Bravo 10. And lastly, showing you State's 294 Yankee Bravo 11. These are the All right. Earlier during your testimony, you spoke about several cell phones that were found at the scene of the crime. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about how the collection of cell phones takes place? Who takes those phones?
When we collect cell phones, they're immediately taken from the scene. We'll process it like we did every other piece of evidence. We'll mark them on the diagram. We'll take measurements from them. And those are usually handed directly to the lead investigator for him to take with him to try to see any data that he can get from those, like in real time.
Are they taken as property or evidence?
They're taken with the lead detective. We have a cyber crimes unit that specifically deals with electronic evidence that is collected.
Can you tell, well, I'm not sure he's publishing for you, States Exhibit 12, why? And that's 12, yes, Your Honor.
And I would like for you to zoom in this night to the best of your ability to the top of the green building.
Right, is that President?
Do you see a surveillance camera there where the cursor is?
There.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. You can answer the question, sir.
There appears to be a camera there, yeah, or
And-
something similar to it.
Yes, and with the red cursor that you used on the smart screen, can you please circle that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
One here, and seems to be another one on the other side as well. I don't know if it works or not. But
And you can please circle that as well, what you see. Okay. Right. And just lastly, how many bullet defects were found on the Lincoln Navigator?
just 6.
Right. How many bullet defects were found on the Chevy Tahoe?
9,
How many bullet defects were located on the minivan?
just the 1.
And how many bullet defects were located at the barbershop located at 330 McDaniel Street Southwest?
14, I believe.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break. We continue. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take 10 minutes and then we'll go ahead and reconvene with our examination. All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're in recess, 10 minutes.
285, like, if we get evidence that is the unredacted version of the crime scene record. The redacted version has already come in. 285, Yankee. Just wanted to do it out of the presence of the jury, as I told colleagues across the aisle.
I've already, okay, you're moving to admit it.
Yes.
All right, any further objection that otherwise hasn't been noted? It's the complete unredacted version.
Your Honor, your court already redacted, so I assume that's
Yeah.
for the record.
This is just yes, the entire one.
No objection.
Okay, all right, it's admitted.
No, the unredacted version is 2. The redacted version is 285, Yankee outfit. Yes, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Shard-Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. May it please the court. Investigator Smith, good afternoon. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell.
Hi.
Investigator Smith, on January 10, 2015, what time did you arrive at 330 McDaniel Street?
I don't recall the specific time. I know it was during towards the end of my shift, and I worked 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
I'm not asking you to speculate, but is there a way you could narrow down the time?
I honestly don't remember the specific
Okay.
time.
Let me ask you, when you arrived at the scene, was EMS and the ambulances, were they still there?
No, they were not.
Okay. Responding officers were there?
There were responding officers there, yes.
Okay. At the time, you were a homicide investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you the first homicide investigator there?
I don't recall. I mean, we usually arrive as a group, whoever's available. There might have been 2 or 3 of us, or usually there's more than one working at a time.
Okay. Now, even though you were a homicide investigator in this case, you were not assigned this case. You were not the lead investigator, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that was Investigator Thorpe, correct?
Correct.
Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay. Was he present at the scene when you arrived?
No, he was not.
We've learned about your efforts in documenting and collecting evidence in this case. Were you following anyone's instructions, Thorpe remotely or anyone else, as to what to collect, how to collect?
No, it was, I've done a few homicide scenes up to that point, so he felt he was comfortable with letting me do it, and that's the decision we came up with.
Sure. And who were you directing on the scene?
There was, a crime scene tech Stewart was there. There might have been another tech there as well assisting, but if it's still, I don't recall what their name might have been. But we all worked together out there.
Okay. I believe that we saw a picture in evidence of 2 handguns that appear to be in a leather car seat. Do you recall?
Yes,
Okay. Just for clarification, what car or truck were those guns found in?
that was in the green Tahoe.
Okay. And who located those weapons? Was it you or someone under your direction?
I'm not exactly sure. When I went over the vehicle, I saw them sitting there.
Could you repeat?
They were there in the vehicle when I got there. I don't remember specifically if they were under a seat or All I know is they were sitting in the front seat when I was to look up. Like I said, I don't know specifically if they were left there or if they were found somewhere else and put there. I can't specifically say.
Is it possible that other law enforcement found them in a certain location in the car and moved them onto the seat? Is that what you're saying?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, and then call for state commission.
I state objection.
Okay, to your understanding, were you the first person to see those weapons in that car?
I don't know if I was the first person. I know that I saw them.
Okay. To your understanding, do you know if those weapons were moved in the car by someone under your direction?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, and call for facts and evidence.
I state.
Now, if you could display. Displayed is, for the record, is 293 Yankee Bravo. And so you testified that that is it's a drone view of the scene in this case, correct? In the surrounding area?
Yes.
Okay. And on the right-hand side of the photo, vertically, that's McDaniel, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And on the bottom of the photo, going left and right, almost off the camera, that would be Northside Drive, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, Northside Drive is a major road in Atlanta
It is.
where Mercedes-Benz Stadium is located now, correct?
I think it was a Georgia Dome at the time, but
Yes.
it's in the general area.
All right, great. Were you involved in the collection of video from the barbershop in this case?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did you, this first street that runs parallel to McDaniel, what did you say the name of, that was Hills?
Hills Avenue.
Hills Avenue. Did you, as an investigator in this case, ever walk up and down Hills Avenue to search for any cameras?
I did not know.
Okay, the next street over, parallel to Hills Avenue to the left, what is the name of that street?
I believe it's Trenholm,
Trenholm.
I believe.
Okay, as part of your work in this case, did you canvass that area and look for any video cameras?
That was not my function that day, no.
Okay, so you did not, to your knowledge, anyone under your direction did that?
I don't, you might have to ask Investigator Thorpe that one.
All right, and Northside Drive, you would agree that we said that's a major road, number of businesses on Northside Drive?
Correct.
Did you canvass Northside Drive to look for video cameras?
Again, that was not my function that day, so no.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm using the right terms. Flock camera. What is a flock camera?
God, I've been out of the game for criminal investigations for a while for our department. And I think a flock camera reads various tags throughout the city and the land of the way, or in general, the way I understand them.
That would be also known as a license plate reader, an LPR camera.
That's correct. Something to that similar technology.
Okay. As part of your work on January 10th, 2015, did you take it upon yourself to locate or find the locations of the nearby flock cameras or LPR cameras?
2010, I'm not even sure the Atlanta Police Department had them.
Okay.
I did not, that was not my function, but I don't, from what I can recall, those didn't come into our use for quite some years.
Okay, and we're talking about 2015.
I'm sorry, yeah, 2015. Even then, I'm not sure what was down there that day.
And then the city also has cameras, correct?
That's correct.
That are on traffic devices and telephone poles and the like, correct? Street lights?
There are various places throughout the city. What they're mounted on could be anything.
And as part of your work on January 10, 2015, did you search for any of those cameras?
Again, it was,
Witness already testified as to what his role was.
I stand in objection as well.
Okay,
Objection.
all right. So your function that night did not involve any search for cameras, is that correct?
Same basis of objection.
I stand in objection. Let's move on, sir.
Thank you. No further.
Mr. Weinstein?
Good afternoon, Investigator Smith.
good afternoon.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm Deamonte Kendrick's attorney. I have a few questions about the drone video of State's Exhibit 293Y. Did you take that drone video?
No,
Do you know when that drone video was taken?
I did not.
When you observed that drone video, the scenery in that video, is that the same as it was at the time of this incident in 2015?
No.
What are the differences that you saw?
Well, there's leaves on the trees, and leaves in January. I believe there was some additional, I think there was some additional apartment buildings that were constructed between here and there, but for the most part, that area between McDaniel and Northside and Peter Street hasn't really changed over the years, and that was the same.
Did you instruct on the flight path that drone was to take in shooting that video?
No,
That drone appears to, and if you recall, that drone appears to fly up Hills Avenue, then proceed to the right on Peters, and then fly up McDaniel back toward Northside Drive, correct?
that's correct.
And I believe you testified to Mr. Sharp that you did not walk up Hills Avenue in the course of your investigation that night. Is that right?
I stand in objection.
Do you recall testifying that you did not walk up Hills Avenue?
I just overruled.
The,
Objection.
as far as you know, in your personal knowledge, does Hills Avenue have anything to do with this incident?
Not that I'm aware of. Like I said, I focused on McDaniel Street.
Thank you very much. I have no other questions.
Mr. Matthews?
Good afternoon, investigator. How are you today?
Good, and you, sir?
Doing pretty well, thank you. A few questions for you. Let's talk about the firearms that were located in the green Tahoe. Can we do that?
Yes,
Okay. You indicated that there were two weapons. We just saw them. One was a Glock handgun, correct?
correct,
One was a Kel-Tec handgun, correct?
correct.
All right. You called the Kel-Tec a quote, big pistol. Remember saying that?
I do.
Tell the jury what you mean by a big pistol.
Obviously, you have the regular size Glock handgun, which is normal. We actually carried that particular model in our police department years ago. The Kel-Tec, I'm a qualified patrol rifle through the city of Atlanta, which is on an AR-15 platform, which is probably about that long total. I just that's the best way to describe it. I didn't want to call it a mini rifle because that doesn't look like a rifle to me. I grew up around guns and I work well with the department involved with those. To me, that was the best way to describe it. It was just an oversized, it looks like an oversized pistol to me, not a full length, like AR type military or police type firearm or like an AK-47. It looks like a large pistol.
Let's talk about functionality on that Kel-Tec. Have you ever fired the weapon before, a Kel-Tec?
No,
Do you know much about the functionality of Kel-Tec weapons?
I do not.
Okay. So you don't know if you pull the trigger and hold it down, whether you have to continue to pull it to discharge a bullet?
No objection, you already stated he doesn't know about functionality.
I stand in objection.
Okay. Do you know about the functionality of Glock handguns?
I do.
Okay. This particular Glock handgun that you described, I think you indicated that it had 15 or 16 live rounds inside the weapon. Is that correct?
I believe it's correct.
Okay. Do you know if one was in the chamber?
I believe it was.
Did you do any type of background on these particular firearms to determine whether or not they were stolen?
I did not.
Okay. Whose job or function would that have been?
I can't say for certain, but if I was lead investigator, I would do that or ask somebody else to do it for me.
Would you have been concerned about whether or not either of those handguns were stolen?
I'm concerned with every handgun we recovered if it's stolen.
Okay. When you arrived at the location, the Tahoe, was the door to the driver's side, was it open or closed?
I believe it was closed.
Okay. So if I'm clear, the Tahoe, the door was closed and you looked over into the vehicle and you saw these firearms in the the driver's seat.
I don't remember specifically how they were. All I noticed is I noticed they were in the seat at some point.
Were you directed to go over to the Tahoe to look at the weapons?
No, I was just part of my crime scene investigation to look at all the vehicles involved.
Okay. Did you ever learn how those weapons arrived on the driver's seat?
I did not.
Okay. Were you instructed to do any type of investigation on the cell phones?
No,
Okay. Do you know if that would have been a thwart function?
I can't speak on that behalf.
Okay. Have you ever had an investigation where you were required to conduct an investigation regarding cell phones?
Yes,
Okay. Typically, you would want to determine calls that were made on the cell phone before or right before the incident,
Objection relevant.
correct?
I'll overrule the objection.
Is that correct?
yes. If I have a cell phone, I'd like to extract whatever data I can off the phone.
Do you know if that was done in this case?
Again, I can't speak to that as I did not do it.
All right. Let's talk about the shell casings. You indicated that there were 27 shell casings that were located at this particular scene, correct?
That sounds right.
And you indicated that there were 12 bullet fragments, right?
Correct.
Did you tell this jury whether or not you were called upon to determine whether there were any forensics on those shell casings in terms of fingerprint evidence?
I was not asked to do that. The lead investigator would take that upon himself in most cases.
And you don't know if that were done here?
I don't know one way or the other.
Okay. You do know that there's a possibility that you can recover DNA tissue from shell casings, correct?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Counsel testifying.
I stand objection.
I'm going to ask you a question. Do you know, as you sit here today, Investigator Smith, whether or not you can recover touch DNA from shell casings?
It's a possibility, yes.
Do you know if any of that was done in this case?
I do not know as I was not the lead detective.
Okay. Do you know if there's a possibility that DNA soft tissue can be recovered from bullet fragments?
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay. Did you ever observe any video surveillance footage from the barbershop yourself?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Is this your first time testifying here this afternoon in the 9 years that you've been a part of this case?
Yes.
Okay. And other than collecting all of this, placing these placards down, doing the measurements, and telling this jury where things were located, was that essentially your role in this case?
Yes, it was.
Were you ever asked to go back and do any type of reenactment or any type of recreation of this particular scene?
I was not.
Did you ask for a warrant for anybody's arrest in this case?
I did not.
And you certainly don't know who fired any weapons in this case, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't know exactly what was happening before the first responders arrived to the location in terms of who did what in terms of after the incident occurred, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know what anyone inside the barbershop did other than what you were told essentially, or what you listened to in terms of a 911 call, correct?
Objection. This is facts not known.
I stand the objection.
Who assigned you to actually perform the CSI in this case?
I believe I volunteered for it. When
Okay.
Everybody got there as a collective. We all have our different parts. That's a lot of work for one detective.
Okay. So you volunteered for the CSI, is that right?
Correct.
Was there a volunteer for the lead?
No, it was investigator Thorpe's turn.
Okay.
We have a running list of Say there's 10 of us, it's 1 through 10. Number one is, that's the case.
There were about 3 or 4 investigators that arrived to the location.
Yeah, I believe it was about, if not more, but right in that ballpark, yeah.
Okay, so Thorpe is the lead,
Mhm.
correct?
Correct.
You're the CSI.
Correct.
What are the other 2 individuals' assignments?
I don't know, I couldn't pertain to that. Like I said, I was focused on the crime scene.
And other than the report that you've testified to, did you prepare any supplemental reports in this case?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to?
Other than the crime scene report, no.
How many times you meet with the district attorney's office in this case?
Objection level, Your Honor.
A standing objection.
Did you prepare for your testimony this afternoon, Investigator Smith?
Objection level, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that.
Did you prepare for your testimony in this case?
As I try to for every time I testimony, yes.
You looked
Testify.
over, did you look over those boards that are on the easel there?
Yes, I had seen those.
Did you assist in their preparation?
Other than the crime scene one on the left, no.
Okay, so these are demonstratives that were not prepared with your assistance, correct?
That's correct.
You were asked to basically describe them, right?
And to review them, yes.
You didn't put any of those placards or images on any of those demonstratives, correct?
Which one are you talking
I'm
about?
sorry, the one to your immediate right.
That is correct.
And you were not asked for your input, correct?
That's, other than to review it, that's it.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Well,
Ms. D. Williams. Mr. Garner. Mr. Steele.
No question. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else I forget? Okay. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, Your Honor, I start with you. After you were asked several questions on direct by Mr. Sharp, and after you arrived to the crime scene at McDaniel, did you have any other involvement in this case?
no, I did not.
Were you reassigned from being crime scene investigator to being the lead investigator?
No, I was not.
What are your duties as a crime scene investigator?
Objection, ask and answer.
A standing objection.
As part of being a crime scene investigator, are you required to go get surveillance footage?
It depends what's going on with the situation, but normally, no,
Were you required to go get crime scene surveillance footage in this case?
I was not.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination by Mr. Matthews. Based on the questions regarding the firearms inside, based on the questions that Mr. Matthews asked, let me ask you this. Were any of the shell casings that you found 40 caliber?
No, they were not.
Were any of them .223 caliber?
They were not.
You also were asked about fingerprint evidence with respect to shell casings. Why do you say there's a possibility?
Possibility of anything nowadays with technology and collection of latent prints or DNA evidence.
With respect to the demonstratives that are behind you, you were also asked several questions by Mr. Matthews. Let me ask you a couple of questions regarding them. Are the demonstratives consistent with the crime scene that you responded to on January 10, 2015?
Yes, they are.
And are the placards consistent with what is on your crime scene diagram?
You have an objection, sir? Basis?
Ask and answer.
I sustain objection.
Okay. You were asked by Mr. Matthews if you took a warrant out for anyone's arrest. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why would you have taken a warrant for anyone's arrest?
My only involvement was doing the crime scene. I didn't have any, I guess, direct involvement with doing the full investigation, as I had my own cases to work.
You were also asked if you prepared any supplemental reports by Mr. Matthews. Do you remember that question?
I do.
When does a person prepare supplemental reports?
At any point during the investigation, mine was done 2 days after the incident occurred, by the time I gathered it together. So it could vary from case to case. It could be a day, it could be a week, it could be a whole year before an investigation is complete.
But why would anyone provide a supplement to a report that was already written?
So I'm not sure that
Let me ask a different question. You prepared a diagram in this case, correct?
that's correct.
And would there have been any need for you to prepare something in addition to that diagram?
I sustain the objection.
Would there have been any reason for you to prepare?
Oh, let him finish. Let him
Would
finish.
would there have been any reason here for you to prepare another report?
No.
In what circumstances would you provide an additional report?
Say, for instance, this was a not as complex crime scene. I may do a neighborhood canvas when I'm completed, and then that will require a secondary supplement report of a canvas on top of a crime scene diagram, or if I possibly forgot to put something on a crime scene diagram and then realized too late, I would do a supplement report to explain why that additional information was added in the original report.
Was there any such need to do that here for this instance?
Not for me, no.
You were also asked about Mr. Matthews, if you were asked to go out to do a reenactment of the crime scene. Do you remember that question?
I do.
In what circumstances would you be required to do that?
My 14 plus years as a detective, I don't think I ever have.
But in what circumstances would someone ask you to do a reenactment?
Objection, ask and answer, speculation, relevance.
I sustain the objection for multiple grounds.
Why would you have not performed any investigation into the cell phones?
Again, I was not the lead detective on this investigation.
And earlier you stated on your cross-examination with Mr. Matthews that you were not the lead because it wasn't your turn. How does one get their turn to be the lead?
I said in our homicide unit, when I was there was, easy example, if there was 10 detectives that were assigned to investigate homicides that occur as frequently as they did. They'd be like, for instance, my name may be one of the number one, it may be D. Smith, and then in this case, J. Thorpe. If at noontime I got called to investigate a homicide, I would go to the bottom of the list and investigator J. Thorpe, and that would be the number one person. And it just rotates through the list, and sometimes it rotates quickly and sometimes it doesn't.
And finally, you were also asked with respect to whether you performed a background on the firearms found in the Tahoe. Do you remember Mr. Matthews asking you that question?
I do.
And why wouldn't we have performed any background on those firearms found in the Tahoe?
Again, that was not my task that day. It was just to collect the evidence. A lot of times that either can come either through the lead detective, or we have a database we can check guns in through the ATF. So I'm not sure when or who was directed to do that, if they were, but it could have been, but I was not.
And did you perform the task that you were supposed to handle that day?
I did.
No further questions.
redirect, Mr. Sharp, or Cross, I should say.
You were just asked if you performed the task that you were supposed to handle that day. Who determined what you were supposed to handle?
And I volunteered for it to do the crime scene.
So who determined what you were supposed to handle?
I did.
Okay. You made that.
As far as the crime scene goes, as far as the rest of the investigation, I can't speak on that part, but for me, I worked with our crime scene tech to determine what we needed to collect for evidence and categorize.
Okay. On redirect, you talked about at times making supplemental reports, completing supplemental reports, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you use an example when you do a neighborhood canvas, you would write a supplemental report.
I would.
Okay. So this is not the first time you were an assisting detective on a crime scene, correct?
Yeah, on homicides in general, yes.
It was not your first time.
No,
Okay. You have performed neighborhood canvases and searches for cameras and things of that nature on other scenes, correct?
Objection, relevance.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. You've written reports about neighborhood canvases and searching for cameras in other cases, correct?
Same objection, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
On redirect, you said you're not required. That was the state's word, required. What to look for cameras? When you said you were not required, what did you mean by that?
again, that wasn't my function for that particular day. It was to gather and collect and categorize the evidence that was there.
Okay. Detective Thorpe never specifically asked you to look for cameras, did he?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Detective Thorpe never specifically asked you to walk up Hills Avenue, correct?
Not that I can recall.
Or Northside Drive?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Weinstein, anything further? Mr. Matthews, anything further? Misty Williams, anything else? Mr. Garner, anything? Mr. Steele, anything?
No, thank you.
All right, anything further?
Nothing, Your Honor, we say just now, move to admit states exhibits 284,
Yankee, Foxtrot and 284 Yankee Golf into evidence at this time.
For demonstrative purposes, right?
Yeah,
All right, they're admitted. Okay, may Investigator Smith be permanently temporary excused as a witness?
Permanently, Your Honor.
Investigator Smith, we're going to permanently excuse you as a witness, but please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, and thank you for your patience with us, okay?
Thank you for
All right.
getting me in before vacation.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Let me have a representative up here, please. All right, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Mr. Hubert Parker to the stand.
All right, summon Mr. Hubert Parker, please. Mr. Parker, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness before you sit down, okay? All right.
Raise your right hand. Swear firm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Hubbard Parker. Oh, Hubbard.
All right, Mr. Parker, just make sure you stay focused or near that microphone so we can all hear your voice, okay?
Sure.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Parker.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury what you do for a living, sir?
I'm a barber,
How long have you been a barber?
40 years.
And where do you own your own barbershop?
Yes,
How long have you owned your barbershop?
35 years.
And what part of the city is your barbershop?
Atlanta.
Is your barbershop on McDaniel Street?
Yes,
And is it on 330 McDaniel Street?
yes.
How long have you owned a barbershop at 330 McDaniel Street?
30 years.
And now, do you know some of the other businesses that are around your shop?
Sure.
Is there any other barbershops nearby?
Yes.
Are you friendly with them or are they the competition?
No, friendly.
Who owns the other barbershop?
Mr. George.
Is Mr. George still with us today?
No, he deceased.
Were you close with him?
Yes, I used to work with him.
Do you know, the barbers that work in your shop and the barbers in Mr. George's shop, are y'all friendly with each other?
Yes.
Now, back in, January 10th of 2015, what color was your barbershop?
Green.
Is it green today?
No,
When did it get repainted?
probably a year or so.
Now, can you describe to the jury, inside your barber shop, how many chairs do you have?
6.
And if I were to walk in the front door of your barber shop, would Daniel Street be behind me?
Sure.
And what is the barber chair that you use? Is it close to the front door or in the back?
In the back.
Is there a barber chair in your shop that used to be your father's?
Yes.
Where's that barber chair shop?
Next to my chair.
And typically, yourself or working or in the barber shop, would you be at that back barber chair that you work at?
Yes.
Now, is that the best vantage point in that shop to see what's going on in the shop?
Exactly.
Does it sit up a little bit higher than the rest of the shop?
Yes.
And now, if you're sitting there, and someone comes in the front door, can you see them?
Sure.
Back in 2015, were you able to see much outside of your barbershop windows?
Sure.
Did you have any burglar bars on the window?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury back on 2015, or have your hours changed much since you've been owning and working at that barbershop, sir?
Yes.
What were your hours back on January 10th, 2015?
From 9 to like 8:30.
Okay. And now, how many days a week would your shop be open?
About 6.
Do you typically take the same day off each week?
Not really. Different days.
Now, would people ever hang out before or after getting a haircut at your barbershop?
No, not in the barbershop, around the barbershop, yes.
Where do people tend to congregate around your barbershop?
On the outside.
Okay. Now, What was the parking like at your barbershop? So if I was coming to get a haircut by you, where would I park?
Well, on the right side of the barbershop.
Is the right side, is that toward Mr. George's barbershop?
No,
Is that towards, is there a Texaco?
Texaco, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So that parking lot between your shop and Texaco is where customers would park.
Yes.
Who would park between you and Mr. George's barbershop?
I guess anyone.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Now, did you ever know someone by the name Peanut or Nut?
Yes.
How did you know them?
I'm coming to Mr. George's barbershop.
So would Peanut typically get his haircut at Mr. George's shop?
Yes.
But you used to work there, so did you know him?
I had just met him recently though.
Did you know of him?
I heard of him.
Now, is he still alive today?
No.
Where were you the night that he passed away?
At the barbershop.
Were you at 330 McDaniel Street?
Yes.
So can you tell the jury, break down that afternoon, early night for me? Was there anything unusual about that day at the barbershop?
No.
Was there any sport events going on that day?
Yeah, I think we were watching Super Bowl or something.
Was that January 10th, 2015?
Sure.
And that evening, did you have any other barbers working with you?
Sure.
How crowded was your barbershop that day?
Pretty crowded.
And how did you first learn something happened?
What you mean?
Like what, did you see something, hear something? How did you know?
Oh, I just heard something.
And what did you hear?
Like some firecrackers.
When you first heard firecrackers, did you hear it sound like one firecracker or multiple?
Like multiple.
And what was your initial reaction when you heard what sounded like firecrackers?
Just somebody shooting, out there playing around with some firecrackers at first.
What made you change thinking initially it was just firecrackers?
Because everybody started running outside.
What did you do? Did you run?
Yes. I ain't run. I just laid got down on the shop.
When you first heard it, were you in the spot of your barbershop that we talked about in the very back?
Yes.
Was there people between you and the front door of your barbershop?
What you mean?
Was there other people in your shop when you heard this?
Sure.
And did you all run towards the back of your shop?
Yes. Well, we all got on the floor in my shop.
Now, after that, did you ever call for help or call 911?
No. Someone else did, I think.
Okay. I'm gonna publish what's already been admitted as 2 Yankee Alpha. I'm just gonna publish a 20-second clip, Mr. Carter. Come up with a couple seconds.
Yes, that's police over here on the north side of McDaniel.
North side of McDaniel. Why did you?
Yeah. At Harold Living the barber shop. Somebody done got shot.
Hope for them was gonna hang up. Well, Mama said do not hang up.
Ms. Carter, was that you on that call?
Yes, they do sound like me. Yeah.
Is your barbershop today and back then hair barber unlimited?
Yeah, what you mean? Hair barber?
What's your barbershop called?
Hair unlimited.
Hair unlimited.
Yes.
Is it possible you would use someone else's phone and call 911?
Probably did. They dialed a hectic me or something, yeah, because I don't remember you picking it up calling from my phone.
That's fair. Was it hectic or chaotic after when everybody started running into shops after what you heard?
No, it was just chaotic. Everybody just, on the floor.
Now, after making that 911 call, sir, did EMS or police ever arrive to your shop? or that area?
Well, later.
Later that
Yeah.
area? What did you do after making that call? Like, were people, did you go outside? Did you stay in your shop? Do you remember what you did after that 911 call for help?
Nah,
That's all right.
don't recall.
Now, I'm gonna publish, or let me ask you this, either yourself or people in the barbershop, was anyone that you were aware of that was inside your shop, shot?
No.
Did you have any, bullet holes in the outside of the building?
Sure.
Did you have, how many would you have to ballpark that you had?
I can't recall.
That's all right. I'm gonna publish what's already been admitted as 10 Yankee. Ms. Parker, there's a screen to your left. It's probably easiest. There's a bigger one behind you, but is that the barbershop that we've been discussing that you've known for 30 years?
Sure.
And is that the green we were talking about? It was painted back in January 10th, 2015?
Yes.
I'm gonna turn to State's Exhibit 9 Yankee. And it has a slight delay. Ms. Parker, do you know the car that is parked in front of your shop?
Yeah, my dad.
Is that where he would typically park?
Yes.
Do you recall ever having to get his car fixed after that night that Peanut was killed?
No, they couldn't fix it, I don't think.
Did you have your dad ever drive that car again?
No.
Now, I'm gonna publish Mr. Parker 12 Yankee, and another photo should come up. We were talking about Mr. George's barbershop. If I was the cameraman, would Mr. George be to my right or left?
It would be to the right.
And did you always have that? Is that kind of an advertisement in a mural on the side of your barbershop there?
Sure.
I'm gonna publish State's Exhibit 14 Yankee, sir. And I'm gonna have a little help from Ms. Knight if you can zoom in towards the top. Did you have surveillance cameras back in 2015?
Sure.
And did you, were they multiple spots outside and inside your shop?
Yes.
If something ever happened near your shop or outside your shop, would police ever sometimes come and try to retrieve the surveillance video?
Sure.
Do you recall any or started looking at 14 while? Do you see any of your surveillance cameras that you had back then in 2015?
Yes.
Are they, or can you, is there one on the upper left of the building and one in the middle?
The one in the middle.
I'm gonna use, there's a stick that I couldn't find because it was right next to you. Mr. Parker, if you wouldn't mind, could you just point out where they are in this exhibit?
I don't feel like.
All right, that's all right, sir.
Yes.
I got one, if you bear with me.
Okay.
There's a little bit of quick technology might make this easier for us.
Mhm.
So this red dot, if you draw or circle, it will come
All
up.
right, right. I'm drawing it.
I'm gonna try it again, hold on. Bless you, Mr. Honor. Okay. And do you see those, is there also security cameras that look like they are black to the green?
Yes.
Now, do you have surveillance cameras on your shop all the way around?
Sure.
Okay. And did you have a surveillance camera inside your barber shop?
Sure.
I'm publishing State's Exhibit, or, hold on one second. Now, I'm gonna approach your honor with what's marked as 292 Yankee, and it has, subsections alpha through delta inside of it. It's a physical disc. If any defense counsel want to come up, I'll explain. Your Honor, after I've shown those to defense counsel, I'm gonna approach witness with 292 Yankee. Mr. Parker, I've handed you a disc labeled 292 Yankee. Do you see that?
Sure.
Do you recognize what's on that disc?
What you mean?
Have I shown you, or have you looked at or been shown what's on that disc before stepping into court?
Oh, sure.
And did you recognize what was on it?
I ain't gonna say I recognize, I don't remember all that was on it.
Did what was depicted, did it seem like or not seem like your barbershop at 330 Deamonte Street?
Yes.
Sitting here presently, you don't remember how it looked back then, is that fair?
I don't remember.
I'm gonna send objections to form. You can rephrase.
When you looked at those surveillance cameras, is it fair to say you told me and investigator Deputy Chief Long?
I'm gonna object, yes.
Standing objection.
Ms. Parker, have you seen that before?
Sure.
And when I met you, was it at your barbershop?
Sure.
I met you once with Lieutenant Baker, is that fair?
Sure.
And the second time was with Deputy Chief Long.
Sure.
I'm ruling objection.
And when I met with you the second time with Deputy Chief Long, did I show you some videos on a computer?
Sure.
And after showing you those videos, did you recognize them?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that when me and Deputy Chief Long were there at your shop, I showed them to you and you recognized them as your barbershop surveillance videos?
I'll rule the objection.
You may answer, sir.
I don't recall.
Now, presently today, before you got on the stand, did you and me, did I show you something on the disc outside in the hall?
Sure.
And was it me and Deputy Chief Long who had been to your shop at the time I just talked about?
Sure.
And did I show you 4 videos that were on that disc?
Sure.
And after I showed you those 4 videos, did you recognize them?
I don't recall them.
Do you remember stating that you recognize them as your surveillance videos from your shop?
No.
Did I ask you permission, or did I ask you to initial that disc?
Yes.
And did you not want to initial it?
Sure.
Did I ask your permission to write on there, maybe hard to read because it's my handwriting, but to write refuse to sign on it, and it did?
Sure.
Now, with what you did review, regardless of the date, was it your barbershop on those videos I showed you?
What you mean, what's in my barbershop?
Was the videos I showed you, the surveillance videos, did they depict your barbershop or the surrounding areas?
I don't remember.
Why did you not want to initial this problem?
I just didn't want to.
Now, when you and me met before with DC Law, did you were always upfront with me, is that fair to say?
Sure.
And you expressed that when the courtroom, you may not remember or say you don't remember those videos, is that fair?
Correct.
And do you currently have surveillance videos on your shop today?
Sure.
Do you have more or less surveillance cameras around your shop than you did back on January 10th?
I sustain the objection.
Mr. Parker, I'm gonna show you a couple photographs. Any defense counsel can approach, it's 286 Yankee through 291 Yankee. .286 through 291. These are. Your Honor, I have shown defense counsel 286 Yankee through 291 Yankee. I'm gonna approach the witness and hand Mr. Parker, please. Mr. Parker, if you could just take a minute and look at those, and just look up at me when you're done, sir. And Ms. Parker, have you been able to look at those?
Sure,
Do you recognize those photographs?
sure.
What are
My barbershop.
they? And are they a fair and accurate depiction of how your barbershop looks today?
Sure.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's gonna tender into evidence, states exhibits 286 Yankee through 291.
Any objection to states 286 Yankee through 291 Yankee?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Okay, relevance, okay, all right. Don't need to speak anything. Anything else? Mr. Sharp, and then Mr. Adams. Sorry, he rose first, sir.
Also, 403. I can
Okay, all right.
further.
Okay, I don't need any more explanation. I know what 403 is. All right, Mr. Adams.
Objection, adopt them both.
I'm sustaining the objection. I'm on all three grounds.
Okay, Your Honor. So, Ms. Carter, I'm gonna show you another photograph. I just showed this to the defense counsel, Your Honor. It's March 292 Yankee Echo. Ms. Parker, I'm gonna show you this. And once you review that, just let me know, sir.
Okay.
Do you recognize anyone in 292 Yankee Echo?
Sure.
How do you recognize them?
It's me.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of how you yourself look?
Yes.
And do you recognize the location?
Sure.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's gonna tender into evidence, state's exhibit 292 Yankee Echo.
Any objection, Mr. Sharp?
Same two objections, Your Honor.
What two objections, sir?
Relevance and confusion.
I'm gonna overrule your objection, but can you lay a little more foundation as to time and place?
Yes,
When
Your Honor.
when the photo was taken? When the photo was taken, please?
Ms. Parker, are you older or younger in this photograph?
Older.
You're older in the photograph that you looked at?
Yeah, now.
Oh, yeah,
2015.
You're looking better now? Is that it?
No.
No harm, if that's what you wanna go with. Go
Yeah. Sure.
Ms. Parker, it's a bad question. That photograph was taken of you a while ago. Is that
Sure.
correct?
Yes.
Does it seem to be about how you would look in 2015?
Sure.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender an evidence, state's exhibit 292 Yankee Echo in evidence.
Any further objection? All right, states 292 Yankee Echoes admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Publishing said exhibit, Your Honor. So, Ms. Parker, the jury's gonna get to see what you were talking about. So, it's gonna, you have it in front of you, but can you point out to the jury which one of these two individuals is yourself?
The short guy.
In the bottom left?
Yes.
Okay, and is that from the vantage point, or is this one of your surveillance videos that you have in your shop?
Sure.
And is your barbershop, when we were talking about, basically, are you standing at where your chair would be?
Sure.
Do you see that, all you can see in this, but you see the gentleman standing beside you?
Sure.
You see how there's someone sitting behind him with gray sweatpants?
Yes.
Is that your father?
Sure.
Is that his chair?
Sure.
And that's your front door in the very back of this? Is that
Sure.
right? Now, Ms. Parker, do you recall giving any members of Atlanta Police Department surveillance video back in 2015, sometime after when Peanut was killed?
Did I what now?
Do you remember ever getting at some point after Nut was killed, surveillance video from your shop?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna also publish, Mr. Parker, State's Exhibit 116 Yankee. Now, Ms. Parker, is this the front of your shop?
Sure.
And for customers or people coming and going, is that the door that they would use, your front door?
Sure.
And before the night that Nut was killed, did your front door have bullet holes in it like it's depicted in this photograph?
No.
Did it after the night he was killed?
Yes.
Did you ever have to ultimately get those fixed?
My dad did.
Did he fix it himself?
I guess he hired somebody.
Publishing States Exhibit 1. Well, I'm gonna go to Publishing States Exhibit 130, Yankee. Mr. Parker, is this the inside of your barbershop?
Sure.
That's your chair in the back.
Sure.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
And was there people, so you see those chairs in the bottom right of this photograph, like, are those customer chairs?
What you mean in the
Like
bottom?
they're not barber chairs.
Where you mean the black chairs?
Correct.
Yes.
Is that where people who were waiting to get a haircut, would they sit in those chairs?
Sure.
And, the night that you called 911, was there people in that area of your barbershop?
Yes.
And was there people sitting in these barber chairs?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Parker, I'm gonna use this pointer, because I'm old school and I may mess up the tech. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna are these, when I was talking about the black chairs in your shop, is this what you were talking about?
Yeah.
And with barber chairs, we were talking about these.
Yes.
And so the night that Nut was killed, there was people in both of those chairs. Is that fair?
I can't remember.
That's all right.
Yes.
I'm gonna keep this. I mean, now, I'm gonna publish what's already been admitted as 131 Yankee. And is this another view of those chairs where this is the group of chairs where guests or customers would sit? Is that fair?
Sure.
And this is McDaniel Street out here, right?
Sure.
Any of your windows, do you ever have to fix your windows after the shooting?
Sure.
Do you remember which of these two you had to fix? Like, would it have been this one or this one?
It'll be that one.
This one?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna publish State's Exhibit 135 again. So this other photograph, this part, is this window we were just talking about, the one you had to get fixed?
Sure.
And is that the bullet hole you had to fix?
Sure.
Now, back then, was there a TV? Did you have any TVs in the shop?
Yes.
If I was sitting in one of those customer chairs, where would be the closest TV I could look?
In front of you.
So if I was this cameraman, would the TV be somewhere up here?
Yeah, over in the corner.
Okay. Now, if there ever was a big sporting event playing, would you have football, baseball, basketball, something on if it was a big sporting event?
Sure. Yes.
And in this exhibit, is that your TV in the upper left corner of this apartment? Or you have one in both corners?
Sure.
Now, one brief moment.
Ma'am.
You're not, I'm gonna publish what's already been admitted as. 293 Yankee Charter. 293 Yankee Charter. Your Honor, there's technical difficulties. Stay answer more questions for Mr. Parker this time. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Hold on, Mr. Adams, anything, sir? Cross?
I apologize, Your Honor, I didn't hear.
That's okay, that's all right.
All right, Ms. Parker, good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, sir?
I am doing well. My name is Keith Adams.
Yes.
I represent Mr. Williams, the gentleman who's sitting right there.
Sure.
All right, you are part owner of barbershop that we've been talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay, and just a couple questions about what you know about what happened on the evening of January 10th, 2015, okay?
Sure.
You were there that night?
Yes.
There were other people in the barbershop, right?
Yes.
There was a game on.
Sure.
Football game. Probably
Yes.
wasn't a Super Bowl since it was early
It was
January.
yeah.
One of the playoffs, I guess?
Playoff, probably, yes.
Okay.
Mm.
All right. A game where Dallas is probably losing. Something like that. Okay. All right. But there were people, it was a regular evening where things were going on there in the barbershop.
Sure.
Right. In terms of what you saw, first you heard what sounded like firecrackers.
Right.
You thought someone was outside playing with some firecrackers or something like that.
Exactly.
But then I think I heard you say that you started to see people running.
Right.
Now, was that outside that you kind of saw some movement, people running, or are we talking about inside the store?
Outside and then start inside.
Okay. You didn't see what was going on. You
Yeah.
heard the noise.
Yeah.
You saw the people running.
Correct.
And I think I heard you say that you hit the ground.
Exactly.
Okay. Other people inside kind of
Yeah.
ground as well.
Yeah. Took cover.
Right.
Mhm.
Did you ever go outside when, I mean, I presume things kind of subsided after a while. You stopped hearing any firecrackers or shots or anything like that?
Yes.
You didn't go outside, though,
No.
did you? Okay. It is fair to say that you heard your voice. Okay. All right, we're good. All right. You heard your voice on that 911 tape.
Sure.
Short, you called the police, and I think I heard you say, look, send the police. Somebody done got shot.
Yeah.
All right. Now you didn't actually see anyone.
Yeah, they went in the shop saying somebody got shot.
That's what people inside were saying.
No, there were people from the outside running in my shop trying to take cover.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a question. That's the question that I got for you.
Yeah.
Step over here. There's a lot of commotion.
Correct.
But you're not in a position to really say to the jury or to tell us really what's going on outside, just that there's shots and there's some commotion out there.
Right.
You didn't see what was going on before you started hearing the shots, right?
Mm. No.
Okay. And immediately after the shots, you didn't see what was going on out there either.
Correct.
You wouldn't be in a position to describe any vehicles that were outside at the time. True?
No.
How many vehicles were outside at the time?
No.
How many people were around the parking lot or the area outside? You don't know that from what you said.
Correct.
Okay. It's clear that after the fact, you come to realize that there are shots that have been fired and the barbershop had been hit by some of those shots.
Correct.
Okay. And your cameras outside and inside of the shop
Sure.
sometime after, all of this commotion went down, the police showed up.
Correct.
Do you remember them coming in the store, any police officers, detectives, anyone like that, and talking to you specifically?
So they came and talked to my dad.
Okay,
Mhm.
but not you?
Well, they spoke with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess that you really didn't have much to tell them other than what you just testified to.
Sure.
In regards to the video cameras,
Mhm.
were they talking to your dad about getting the footage from the video cameras?
Sure.
Or were they talking to you?
My dad.
Your dad. Right. Sounds like your dad was really the one who was
Yeah.
kind of interacting with the cops the most.
Yes.
The person that the prosecutor asked you about, you referred to him as Peanut or as Nut. Did you know that person is Jonathan Thomas? You know his name?
No.
Okay. All right. But if I heard correctly, he generally frequented the other barbershop.
Yeah, Mr. George.
Mr. George.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether the police spoke to, other than you briefly and your dad, the other people who were there inside of the barbershop? You know, folks getting their haircut,
Right.
folks who were there. Did you see the police interviewing or talking to those folks as well?
No, I don't remember that. Mhm.
How long did you stay around after all this went down?
Until it was over with. It was a crime scene, so I had to stay.
Okay, so you were there until the cops left pretty
Yeah,
much?
inside, yes.
Okay. And that's it. That's pretty much your involvement. You were there, you heard it, you saw some commotion, saw the cops, observed some damage to the shop, and that was pretty much it.
Correct.
Parker, that's all I got. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Weinstein, anything?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Matthews, anything?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. D. Williams, anything? Mr. Garner, anything? Mr. Short, anything? Mr. Short? Okay, all right. Anybody I miss? Okay, all right. State anything further?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Parker, Mr. Adams asked you about your father, surveillance video, you remember that?
Yes.
Is your father still with us today?
No, he deceased.
Have you ever known if something happened in or around your shop, would it be usual or unusual for your dad to give some surveillance video to the police if they asked?
Not all the time.
Sometimes.
Sometime.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Sure.
Anything further?
No, sir. No, thank you.
All right. All right, may Mr. Parker be permanently temporarily excused as a witness?
Mr. Parker may be permanently excused.
Mr. Parker, I'm gonna permanently excuse you as a witness. That means you can go back to your usual duties and have vacation. Hope you age even younger, okay?
Yeah, you come
okay.
you come see me and get a haircut.
I said, I take you up on it. I take you up on that. My beard's getting a little long. All right, but sir, please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, state and need a representative from the defense, please. gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and recess for today. We've come to a natural stopping point. So, see if I can get the other microphone to work so I can talk and look at the same time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning we're going to start at 12:30 for an anticipated 1 o'clock start time. All right. That's Wednesday, the May 29th. Thursday, the 30th, if you could be here for 10 o'clock, but 9:30, I'm sorry, for a 10 o'clock anticipated start time. And then Friday, the last day of the month, you all should be here by 12:30 for an anticipated 1 o'clock start time. And then we'll go to about 5 on Friday, okay? All right. Following into the first week of June, starting on June the 3rd, ladies and gentlemen, you will have an administrative day on the 3rd, okay? Monday, the 3rd of June, you will have an administrative day. The 4th, which is a Tuesday, you'll come in for 9:30 for anticipated 10 o'clock start time. The 5th, which is a Wednesday, you all will come in at 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. Thursday, the 6th, you all will come in at 8:30 for an anticipated 9 o'clock start time. However, on that day, that will be an abbreviated day for you as we will conclude at noon. Okay. The 7th, we will be here. You need to report at 8:30 for an anticipated 9 o'clock start time, and that will be a full work day. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go through the 14th, but the 10th of June, 8:30 it's Monday, for anticipated 9 o'clock start time. The 11th of June, which is a Tuesday, 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. 12th, which is Wednesday, we will convene at 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. Thursday, the 13th, if you could meet for 8:30 for an anticipated 9 o'clock start time, we'll work the balance of the day, rest of the day. And then the 14th, which is a Friday, we will start at 12:30 with an anticipated 1 o'clock start time. Those days on Fridays, I have Veterans Court during the morning. That's why we don't start that early. Okay, does that give you all your schedule for the next week or two? Okay, all right. Do you have, hold on one second. Any ministerial inquiry of me at this point in time?
No. No, sir.
Okay. Juror 187, can I get you to stand fast? Just a minute. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go through unless you all have some have some questions for me, let's go through the admonitions as usual. Okay, remember, as we leave this place, you are not to discuss this matter amongst yourselves in onesies and twosies with any third parties as you are going and coming, or even when you get back to your homes. Remember, if anyone should try and discuss the matter inside your presence and hearing from any media necessary, either in person or by email or other means of communication device, you need to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. Also, remember, you can only consider what is presented in the four walls of this courtroom. You are not permitted to use any outside sources, Google, any other reference materials, any other resource materials, because remember, you can only consider what's lawfully presented within the four walls of this courtroom. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, as well, you cannot go by any of the scenes that you may have learned in this particular trial, or any pictures or any other methods or means of evidence that's submitted in this trial. Also, when you go back there, remember to leave your notepads in the basket. Do not bring those outside your headquarters. You can pick them up the next morning for your, or when we meet tomorrow, when you come in at 12:30 for an anticipated 1 o'clock start time. And ladies and gentlemen, as usual, please accept our thanks for your extreme patience and the attention that you've given to this case and will continue to give to it. Unless you have another inquiry of me, then we will see you tomorrow. What time? 12:30. Okay, for anticipated 1 o'clock start time, and then we will see where the day leads us at that point. Okay. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you tomorrow. All right. All rise. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Juror 187 is remaining with us. Juror 187, good afternoon, madam. You use your outside voice? Can we give her the microphone, please? Sure. Thank you. All right. Madam, I'm going to read the note that you gave to Sergeant Ingram, okay? And I shared this with the lawyers, but just for purposes of the record, it'll be marked as the next court's exhibit in order. Dear Judge, I'm Juror 187. I know you said we don't suppose to go to the crime scene, but I'm right there in the middle of 330 McDaniel Street. It's so much I can't put into words. Right across the street from there is a clubhouse where I had my grandson repast at 369 McDaniel Street. That's what you wrote me, correct? All right.
Yes.
Madam, just want to remind you, as we said, that during the admonitions, okay, you live near there, right? So you can't help the way that you, or can you vary your route to avoid that?
No.
Okay, so, and that's what we want to make sure. There's nothing we can do about that, but remember not to share anything. Don't take any pictures. Don't talk with your colleagues in the back about that particular location. Have you shared anything with them thus far?
No.
Okay, you're not going to do that, right?
No.
Okay, all right. And remember, you can only consider what's presented to you within the four walls of this courtroom on any matter of this particular case. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay. You have any questions for me?
No.
Okay, all right. And we appreciate you bringing it up to our attention. But at this point, bless you, there's, I'm not going to ask you to move. I can't ask you to move. And because you live there, there's nothing you can do about avoiding that particular area. Okay. But just remember what I said. No pictures. No sharing it with your fellow jurors, no discussion about that. And you can only consider what you hear in this courtroom about that, okay? All right, okay. All right, madam, we'll see you tomorrow at 12:30, okay? All right. Push. You got it. All right, our juror 187 is left. All right, counsels, do you all have any administrative inquiry of me?
Your Honor, for the time for the schedule that you gave for the days that we're not ending early, is it safe to say we're going to 5 o'clock on those days?
Unless I have specified otherwise,
Oh,
yes.
thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anybody else? Okay, all right. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, I have an administrative question to ask of the state. I had a reminder on my calendar to ask you about the IAB file for Robinson.
John, we have it and we have a copy to provide to the
Okay. All right, so you're gonna hand that out today or what?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And at the time designated by the court, we also have another matter we need to just bring up to the court for the upcoming witness.
Is that for the witness for tomorrow, madam?
It is.
Okay, and who is your witness for tomorrow?
T-A-G-U-E.
TATUG?
Echo.
Huh?
Alpha. G-U-E.
Pronounce that for me.
Teague.
Teague?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Teague, Miss Teague?
Detective,
Okay.
and it is a he.
Okay.
And he works undercover, so.
Is he, who is he with?
Atlanta Police.
Okay, all right. Is that the extent of it? Is he an active undercover detective at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure that if Mr. Harvey were here, Mr. Gardner, he would probably object. So I'm going to assume that you have an objection as to that. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And consistent with our earlier discussions, he'll be permitted to, you can audio tape him, but you're not permitted to videotape him no more. So if you just remind who's over here from the media to do that, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, anything else from any defense counsel? Detective Teague, yes. Or we fill the afternoon.
He potentially could, but we have prepared a civilian, Mr. Wise, and a victim from the scene, Mr. Hendrick and Mr. Davis, potentially.
Okay. All right. All right, we'll see how the day leads us tomorrow then. Anything further? Yes, Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, I filed a motion previously. I have to get the number concerning Mr. Wise. I spoke with him with District Attorney Hilton, pursuant to your court's order to make people available. He did not wish to speak with me, but he also said to me, I don't have any information. There's nothing that I know or saw, etc. I put it into writing in a motion because if the state's calling him, then I assume that that's an inconsistency. So
In terms of what? Just
he tells me with the DA that he has nothing, not only not directed at me, not saying I have nothing to say to you, just I have nothing to say about the issue, the case. I have nothing of relevance, but yet he's being called. So I'd like to know or have a statement or a memo or why he's being called, because that would be an inconsistent statement. He said he has no relevant information
Well,
And then he's being called as a witness, so I think that that is Brady evidence. I'd like to know about it today.
let's find out whether or not, what's Mr. Wise going to testify to?
Judge, as we stated earlier in these proceedings, Mr. Wise was at the barber shop where Mr. Thomas was getting his hair cut and where he, Mr. Thomas, I believe, paid for other persons to get their hair cut. This is all in the record, as previously provided to Mr. Steele on the record. He provides sort of a.
He being Mr. Wise provides.
Correct, provides relevant background information that preceded the shooting. We are not asking Mr. Wise, because to our knowledge, Mr. Wise has never informed us, never informed anybody that he saw who did the shooting. He's not here to talk about what kind of car they were in. He's not here to talk about what anybody was wearing that was doing the shooting. He's here to give the background information we previously provided on the record to everyone.
So what was going on in the barbershop at that time?
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Steele, it would probably be relevant. So even though he might have told you he didn't know anything, witnesses often sometimes say that, but I'm sure he's going to have, based on the state's proffer, seems like he will have something that is relevant to potentially add.
Would you consider what the relevance is that Mr. Thomas paid for other people's haircuts?
Well, the relevance of that, sir, would be what was going on in the barbershop at the time before the shooting. If that's what is being testified to. I haven't previewed the testimony, but you've asked, you've made kind of a preliminary objection as to it. I'm going to tell you my preliminary ruling would probably be admissible.
I'll just ask for a continuing objection.
Sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Anything else? No, go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
I just wanted to remind the court, the state indicated the last name they gave was Mr. Davis. I believe they're referring to a gentleman by the name of Sammy Davis. I wanted to remind the court that on, I believe it was October 12th of 2023, Your Honor signed a very detailed order ruling that out of court identification made by Mr. Davis was inadmissible. And my understanding is that Mr. Davis, based on my belief and my review of this case, is that Mr. Davis will not be making any in-court identifications. So I don't dispute that the state could call Mr. Davis to say whether he was out there or not, and if he heard gunfire or whatever. But regarding much else than that, I would like to remind the court of the court's prior ruling, and I intend to make sure that the state strictly adheres to that.
If you would do me a favor, provide me a copy of that before we begin tomorrow, okay? That order, if you provide me a copy, that would be good. You can send it to me electronically or?
I'll send it right now.
Okay, all right. Okay, but thank you for the reminder, but, okay. All right, anything else? Okay, all right. Folks, I will see you tomorrow, 12:30 for anticipated 1 o'clock start time. We'll work till about 5 o'clock tomorrow, okay? All right, we're in recess.